Okay, we're about to get started, so if you could find your seats, I greatly appreciate it. Okay, good evening, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Thursday, the 8th day of September in the year 2022. This is a regular meeting of the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a scheduled 6 p.m. start. The clock on my cell phone is showing 6:02 p.m. May I have a roll call for the commencement of this meeting? Councilperson Ridley will be absent for the meeting. Councilperson Prinzeri.
Here.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Here.
Councilperson Saleh. Is he here? Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Gilmore.
Present.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Here.
And Council President Waterman.
Here.
We have 8 council members in attendance at 6:02 p.m. May we kindly rise for a moment of silence, please.
In a moment of silence, also think of the Queen of England that passed away today. I've asked for the British flag to be flown at City Hall in honor of her. She was a great person.
Thank you very much. Kindly remain standing as we salute the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Just give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. On behalf of Council President Waterman, in accordance with the New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the posting on the bulletin board of the first floor of City Hall, the annual notice, which is the schedule of meetings and caucuses of the Municipal Council for the calendar year 2022, and filed in the office of the City Clerk on Thursday, October 28th, 2021. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the agenda of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Friday, September 2nd, 2022 at 12:10 p.m. to the Municipal Council, Mayor, Business Administrator, Corporation Council, and the local newspapers, and posted on the city's website, so I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. Please be advised that we are now live streaming all City Council caucuses and meetings through Microsoft Teams. The links are located on the city's website and also on the agenda. Council members, before we move on to our regular order of business, we just have one little motion to take care of. We have 2 late items that were discussed at the caucus, 2 resolutions. One resolution, it's the last 2 resolutions if you're following along at home or in person here. Item 1031, Resolution 22-575 is a resolution declaring M&M Construction Company, Inc. in default on the contract award for project number 18-004. And item 10.32, Resolution 22-576 is a resolution authorizing the waiver of the 20-day waiting period pursuant to NJSA 40:69A-181B for City Ordinance 22-070, amending and supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 10, impounding and booting vehicles of the Jersey City Code to allow for the impoundment of snowmobiles, all-terrain vehicles, dirt bikes operated on public streets. So, council members, I need a motion to add items 10.31, Resolution 22-575, and 10.32, Resolution 22-576. Motion was made by Councilperson Rivera. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to add items 10.31 and 10.32, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Times I think he does that just to take me out of my rhythm. Okay, so the motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent to add items 10.31 and 10.32 to the agenda. Okay, and we're going to be going on to first reading ordinances. Item 3.1, City Ordinance 22-080. It's an ordinance of the Jersey City Municipal Council amending the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan signage standards. Item 3.2, City Ordinance 22-081 is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 8, Permit Parking, amending Section 332-66, on-street resident-only parking zones to extend Zone 11 on various streets. Item 3.3, City Ordinance 22-082 is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 9, Parking for the Disabled of the Jersey City Code, designating reserved parking space at various locations throughout the city. Item 3.4, City Ordinance 22-083 is an ordinance authorizing the execution of a lease of the Apple Tree House to the Museum of Jersey City History for a term of 5 years. And last but not least, item 3.5, City Ordinance 22-084 is an ordinance of the Jersey City Municipal Council amending the Jersey City Land Development Ordinance, Chapter 345, Article 1, Definitions, Article 3, Section 16, Site Plan Review, Article 5, Zoning, and the official zoning map. Okay, council members?
The clerk,
Yes.
before we start the vote, I would like to make a motion to introduce ordinance 3.5 and carry it over to the first meeting in October. This was in consultation with Director Marione. There is still a little bit of confusion around the different zones and what this and future potential zoning changes may take. And I know residents of my ward were concerned that most of the public meetings were being done toward the end of September. So this just gives us a little bit of breathing room for them to fully participate in the conversation.
I second it.
So, okay. Oh. So, Councilperson Prinzary, you're looking to carry Ordinance 22-084 to the October 13th meeting?
Correct.
So we'll be carrying over, we're going to introduce it tonight, and you're making the motion to carry the Ordinance 22-084 to the October 13th, 2022 Municipal Council meeting, and I will have to advertise that ordinance along with the second readings from the last meeting in September. First reading ordinance from September, the second meeting in September. Motion was made by Councilperson Prinzary, seconded by Councilperson Baggiano, and I think we had a third, but we don't need to mention that. On the motion to carry City Ordinance 22-084 to the October 13th, 2022 meeting and directing the city clerk to duly advertise the ordinance as such, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent to carry City Ordinance 22-084 to the October 13th, 2022 meeting and having the city clerk to duly advertise the ordinance as such. So on to our first reading ordinances. I'm going to be taking a vote on items 3.1 through 3.5. Again, council members, items 3.1 through 3.5. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye for all.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
First reading ordinances 3.1 through 3.5 are introduced 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. On to our second reading ordinances.
On. I'd like to make a motion to defer to Resolution 10.4.
Motion to defer.
Second.
Hold on. Motion to defer to item 10.4. Which is resolution 22-638 made by Councilperson Rivera. And I believe the second was Councilperson Saleh.
Yes.
Okay, on the motion to defer to item 10.4, City Resolution 22-638, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 to defer to item 10.4, City Resolution 22-638. Councilperson Rivera, would you like to read it into the record?
Absolutely. So this resolution, falls dear to me and falls dear to a lot of the Puerto Rican community that live in Jersey City and throughout, and the Latino community. This is a resolution highlighting the memory of a great council person, Reverend Fernando Colon. And if the Colon family could come up to the podium, and I'd like to read that resolution. Ruthie, you can come up here. Noemi, come up here. These are some of Reverend Colon's, two of his daughters.
His legacy.
His legacy is epic, and I'm just going to highlight it and touch up on it. And this resolution says, whereas Reverend Fernando Colon Jr. was born on August 20th, 1932 in San Juan, Puerto Rico, to Gala and Fernando Colon. On November 1st, 1948, at the age of 16, he came to Jersey City and attended Ferris High School. He was an amazing shortstop, by the way. That's not on the resolution, but I just want to let you guys know that. Reverend Colon began to work in a hat factory and would hand his entire check over to his father to assist with the down payment on a new home. Years after graduating Ferris High School, Reverend Colon studied theology through the Seminario Latino Americano in San Jose, Costa Rica, and in 1965, he was ordained Reverend of the Pentecostal Church. That church right now, if you go by Ferris High School, it's like a big Ferris field now. That church was called Circle of Prayer, and it touched a lot of lives of, again, the Latino community that lived in that area. Whereas he was the co-founder of the Puerto Rican support group PACO. In 1970, he became PACO's first chairman of the board director. 3 years later, serving our community with dedication and love, Reverend Colon then became mayor aide to Dr. Paul Jordan. And whereas in 1974, he was elected and served as freeholder at large of Hudson County, making him the first and highest ranking elected official of Hispanic origin in the state of New Jersey. In 1973, Reverend Colon became the director of Hispanic Affairs Office in Hudson County, still representing Hudson County with great service. In 1993, he was elected a Jersey City councilman at large here in this great city for 2 consecutive terms from 1995 to 2010. Reverend Colon served as commissioner of the Jersey City Incinerator Authority, as well as vice chairman from 1997 to 2000. And as chairman from 2000 to 2001, Reverend Colon has successfully filled many roles to serve as his people in the city, county, and state. Whereas Reverend Colon is married to the late Gloria M. Calderon, an amazing woman, was father of 7 children, the late Samuel Colon, Elias Colon, Sara Luz Colon Latco, surviving are Ruth M. Salgado, who we have here, Noemi Rivera, Migdalia Sanchez, Obed Fernando Colon. Reverend Colon had 17 grandchildren, 28 great-grandchildren, and 4 great-great-grandchildren. Now therefore be it resolved that the Municipal Council hereby recognizes the life and legacy of Reverend Fernando Colon Jr. as an awesome man. We really miss him. I'm sure you guys do as well. And from my part, as a Latino Puerto Rican growing up in Jersey City, your father catapulted this community to, areas of the city that we didn't think we were gonna tackle, but this man represented a community in downtown that was 77% Puerto Rican in downtown Jersey City. And your father did that with love, and we'll never forget him for that. Thank you so much. You guys want to say something?
I want to thank the councilman, all of you, for this honor. I am blessed. I think I could talk for my sister. We are blessed, we are honored and proud to say that Reverend Colon was our father. Thank you.
Hey, stay there.
If the family can, we gotta vote.
We're going to take the vote.
Yes. So on Resolution 22-638, Councilperson Prinzary.
Thank you for sharing your father with the city of Jersey City.
Thank you.
Proudly and humbly vote aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Trying to turn on them. I knew your father well and had many items with him, and he was a good man, and was proud to know him.
Thank you.
I vote aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Proud to vote aye. Your father, Reverend Colon, embodies the best among us, embodies the American dream, and not just the best in Jersey City, but the best in the United States. And he was a trailblazer, and he literally, paved the way for the rest of us. And we stand on his shoulders, and I hope he's looking down and proud of everything he's done for this community and the people he's helped. And with that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
I proudly vote aye. Thank you for sharing your father with the city, as Councilman Prinzary said. And his legacy is something we all share, we all benefit from, particularly in downtown. And so thank you for me, for my whole family, for everything that your father and all of you have done for Jersey City. And thank you to Councilman Rivera for this very deserved tribute.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Yes, I vote aye. It's always great to see when good legacies are being honored. And again, thank you for sharing your dad with us. I see you're very emotional at this moment, which is great, and he's looking down, and it's a happy day today.
Councilperson DeGise.
I knew the Reverend very well. I grew up with you ladies both. Thank you. And I proudly vote aye. He was a great man and will continue his good work.
Councilperson Rivera.
I know I said a lot, but for those of you guys who don't know, who didn't know Reverend Cologne was about 5'1". And let me tell you something. That man made a lot of noise in these walls, and City Hall shook when he opened his mouth, because I remember one day I was president of the Roberto Clemente Little League, and he was upset that we weren't getting some certain fundings. This man stopped the entire league, and we walked from 9th Street Park to in front of City Hall. I couldn't see Reverend Cologne, but everybody was like, he's in the front, So, the guy was amazing. I am very proud to have known him. He gave me great advice when I got elected. I'll never forget his spirit, his legacy. I love him and you guys to the end. Proudly vote aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Thank you for sharing your father. Your father's faith was so strong. And being a man of God, that is what propelled him and pushed him to do what was right. And I know in you ladies, y'all have the same seed, the same desire, and that's why y'all constantly give back to the community. So I believe, just like you believe, that he is looking down and he's super proud of you, because you keep holding up his legacy. And Jesus te quiere mucho. God loves you very much.
Thank you.
I vote aye.
God bless you all. Thank you.
Before I announce the vote, I would just like to say a couple of words, and especially on behalf of the former city clerk, Robert Byrne, who worked hand in hand with Reverend Cologne, former councilman. I think Robert wouldn't mind me speaking on his behalf. And unfortunately, I didn't work in City Hall at the time. I was working for the city. I didn't have the pleasure to work as close as Robert did, but he left a legacy behind, and you two are one of his proudest legacies right there. And he was one of those individuals that would take his shirt off his back, even though the shirt might have been small, and he's probably the only person that I'm taller than in City Hall. But any event, he was a great man, and this is well deserved.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Resolution 22-638 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. Congratulations. I had to throw in the short jokes because I don't get many of them to say, because I'm actually short. Anyway, with that being said, on to our our second reading ordinances. Just take a pause before we do that. Sorry about that. Okay, on to our second reading ordinances. Our first second reading ordinance is item 4.1, City Ordinance 22-068, is an ordinance of the Jersey City Council of the City of Jersey City adopting the 174 Newark Avenue redevelopment plan. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
That motion I'm going to give to the council president, and because it was so close, I'm going to give the second to Councilperson Rivera. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-068, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
And Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing on ordinance 22-068 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 22-068, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 22-068 is adopted 8-0, with Councilperson Ridley absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.2, City Ordinance 22-069, an ordinance adopting amendments to the Tidewater Basin Redevelopment Plan to include the creation of the Inclusionary Housing Overlay District and to expand the list of permitted uses in the historic buffer zone. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come to the podium and state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Alexander Balmol.
I'm sorry, I didn't get you.
Alexander Balmol.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for hearing me. So I'm concerned because I'm not sure I'm going to be heard, because I feel the developers that have really been pushing this plan, they probably hired the right lobbyists and have the right friends to get this passed. But just to talk about it, it's the Tidewater redevelopment plan that I'm against. And first off, to vote in favor of this is going to make you part and parcel to a bait and switch that has been happening over the last 20 years. So basically, this plan originally had a historic buffer zone. It had a corner for open air recreation. And now, as soon as everyone finished building and all of the allowable lots, they come back and say, oh, let's get rid of the buffer zone. Let's get rid of the open air recreation area and the 5-story limit and put a 26-story tower and a 16-story tower here and an 8-story tower as well, right next to 4-story townhouses. It's quite obscene, and I hope for that reason you guys can be opposed to this, because it's been 20 years in the making, and the redevelopment plan is a way of separating our communities, so we have to fight these one at a time and not work together to protect our communities, because they're going through this right now in Communipaw and Woodward and Bergen-Lafayette, where they're fighting against a 17-story building over there. And so I just want to be clear, I'm not opposed to the proposed density or the affordable housing. I am fans of both of those. I like people. I like seeing neighbors on the street. What I'm opposed to is the 300 feet allowance, 190-foot allowance on the two areas I mentioned already for those two towers. And I'm opposed to selling out our communities to pad the profits of developers. You could make plenty of money making 400 units, building 6 to 8-story buildings, 10-story buildings, and still have 400 units and still have 15% affordable housing. I'm sure you're all aware that we recently came in with the highest rents in all of Jersey City. Anyone can make money building housing in Jersey City. It's not true when they claim that they need the river views and the amenity buildings and the $7,500 a month rent for a 3-bedroom to pay for the 15%, the 60 affordable units, which quite frankly is a pittance. And on top of that, I'm against the fact that the height is going to allow them to build amenity buildings in the first place. Amenity buildings are essentially gated communities where people stay inside. They build to the sky and they stay inside. They're as far away from the street as possible. And that means they're part of their community. They're not part of the community. And you just don't see these people on the street. If you need a public park, they don't care. They already have a park in their building. It's getting hotter every summer. We need a pool. They don't care. They have a pool in their building. So why don't we do some more studies, look at the impact of amenity buildings and how that really affects the community at large.
Thank you.
Alex, would you mind just spelling your last name for us, please?
B as in boy, A-U-M-O-L.
Thank you. Okay, this is still a public hearing. Would you please state your name for the record, sir? And just raise the mic because you're a tall gentleman. There you go.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name
Good
is
afternoon.
de Los Angeles, and I'm the owner of Jersey City Bicycle Company here in
Okay,
Jersey City.
I'm going to need you to just spell your name for me because I didn't get that. It's hard to hear from over here.
DE, Los Angeles, just like in California.
Your first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. Thank you.
So Jersey City Council and staff has worked so hard to draft up and implement the Inclusionary Zoning Ordinance, the IZO, for years. I applaud this development for attempting to implement it in a way that it isn't trying to water down the IZO's intent. As far as I can tell, the proposed amendment would ensure that the development achieves all goals set by the IZO, and it achieves it in a way, in a location that desperately needs it. It helps ensure its downtown remains diverse and economically and culturally. I know that because I have a store down here. Diversity of demographics helps cities grow, and it helps neighborhoods grow. I allow different types of businesses, offer different types of services to diverse residents. It provides opportunities for these smaller businesses to survive rather than pushed out by large corporations that monotonous upper-class demographics often do. If this plan amendment isn't viewed as a good implementation of the IZO, frankly, I don't know what is. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is still a public hearing. If you can just state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Kurt Harris.
Kurt Harris? Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Harris, you can start right now.
Thank you. My name is Kurt Harris. I'm a 28-year resident of Jersey City. This prime piece of land has been vacant for a very long time, and I'm excited at the prospect of this project as envisioned coming to fruition. As the plan amendment allows for higher density, I am sure that this project will generate much needed tax revenues for the city. In addition, Silverman has been a long-term thoughtful and visionary developer in its approach to building mixed-use projects and creative, vibrant neighborhoods. Accordingly, this project provides the city with very attractive and high-quality housing on an underutilized property while simultaneously increasing our tax base. I hope the council concurs with this sentiment and approves this amendment. I will also add, regarding living in an amenity building, people who live in an amenity-oriented building, they do use the city services. They use the libraries, they use the schools. So I don't think it's accurate to say that if you live in a certain area that you're not actually part of the community. I would fervently dispute that. And thank you for hearing me out. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next speaker, if you can just state your name for the record, please.
Raphael Wakefield.
So it's Raphael.
Raphael with a PH, Wakefield.
Mayfield?
Wakefield.
It's hard to hear you, sir.
Wakefield, like Cushman and Wakefield.
Just spell it.
Wakefield.
Thank you.
Yes. So there we go. So I'm speaking in favor of this ordinance. I have, gripes here and there, like any development. It's not going to be perfect, but I don't live downtown anymore. I still live in Jersey City, but part of the reason I left downtown, specifically I was living on the corner of Warren Street and Sussex Streets. Part of the reason I left downtown was it would be an exaggeration to say I was priced out, but costs were going up. I'm not saying that new development will lower prices immediately, but what is important to understand about inclusionary housing, inclusionary zoning in general is it is not a affordable housing program. It is an integration program. It allows economic integration between people of different incomes. Now, yes, the rents are too high across the board, but we desperately need more building and more housing, especially in transit-rich places, especially considering we already have the Hudson Bergen Light Rail right there. It should be used more, not less. We've all paid for it. Now it's time to use it. We have a great planning department, and I trust them. And this is not, going to be the final word on it, but we need more housing urgently. It's a great location. I support this project.
Thank you.
Yeah, Stephanie.
Good evening. Thank you all for listening again to residents talking, I guess, on both sides. I, for one, as a long-time resident, I guess you could say since 1990, I think that makes me a long time at this point. I will say that Paulus Hook has gotten the brunt, or started with the brunt of the development. And when we started, there was a respect between the city and the residents, between the planning department and the residents. Not so with this project. Somehow this project managed to be pushed through, rewritten by the developers, and never communicated with the neighborhood about this. Never once did anyone sit down and say, what are your thoughts? Just, here it is, take it and take it. I don't think anyone in Paulus Hook, or I'll speak for myself, I do not have a problem with inclusionary zoning. I think it's important, as many people who have come up here and said. I just wish this process had been different. I wish that someone would have said, hey, what do you guys think about changing this up in such a way that you have no more buffer zone? Nothing in between the old housing stock, small 2-4-story buildings and a 26-story building. What do you guys think about it all, the light on your neighborhoods, on your gardens being taken away for much of the time now, once this is built? I just think it could have been differently. I think the process was badly done. I know you're going to vote on it. I understand why. I understand that the city wants and needs affordable housing. I think we're all on the same page with that. I just think it needed to be done in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker. If you can just state your name for the record.
Sure. Hi, my name is Joe Tarazzi.
Can you spell your name, please? I'm sorry.
Tarrrazi. Good evening,
What is your first name, sir?
Council President Waterman and council
First
members.
name? Your first name?
Joe.
Joe? Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council President Waterman and council members. I'm a longtime resident of Jersey City, and I'm also a proud member of Local 32BJ, SEIU. I'm here tonight with my union brothers and sisters to speak to Ordinance 22-069 and the need for responsible development and family sustaining building service jobs. The development boom happening on the Jersey City Gold Coast is the perfect opportunity to create quality jobs that support working families. A lot of these jobs are filled by local people right here in our communities. They are jobs that are usually not paid well or just paid above the minimum wage. And our concern is that the developer Silverman hires union workers or they stick to higher paying wages. The address would be at 195 Grand Street. The union estimates that it would employ approximately 14 building service workers. Without union representation or any required labor standards, building service workers usually are asked to pay for their health care, and their health care premiums can be quite expensive, and that's why many of the workers decline coverage. That's not good for any of us. The Jersey City Master Plans aims to create a more equitable and prosperous city. To achieve this goal, the city should prioritize the creation of family-sustaining building service jobs when it considers granting zoning amendments to significant projects like this one. On behalf of the union members, I urge the council to call on Silverman to use a responsible contractor for the project. This means a contractor that pays industry standard wages, provides career advancement training, offers quality, affordable health insurance, and respects workers' rights to unionize. Our union welcomes responsible development. We look forward to working with the council to ensure that the investment coming to our communities also results in a boom for working families.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker.
Dario Gutierrez, D-A-R-I-O.
D-A-R-I-O.
Last name G-U-T-I-E-R-R-E-Z.
G-U-T-I-E-R-R?
Yes, easy.
Easy. Thank you, sir.
So pardon me, I'm a little bit nervous, but so council members, I urge you this evening to support these amendments to the Tidewater redevelopment plan. This is a rare opportunity to add mixed income housing to one of the highest opportunity areas in Jersey City. All too often, the best urban amenities in the city, best public schools, best access to transit, best access to jobs, fall exclusively into the hands of the wealthiest among us and are denied to those of low and moderate incomes. Housing for people of low and moderate incomes is often pushed to areas with low amenities, close to highways, industry, and so on. This plan would allow 60 low and moderate income families to access some of those urban amenities, which represent to them a real opportunity to get ahead, to attain better paying jobs and reach those jobs easily by transit, to live in a safe community with goods and services within walking distance, to provide a quality education for their children that will allow them to get ahead in life. Just some statistics about this area. The census tract where this project would be located is the 7th wealthiest census tract in Jersey City out of 67. The median income is twice the average median income in all of Jersey City. The public school, PS number 16, is the highest rated public school in Jersey City, according to greatschools.org. According to the same site, the low-income students who can attend this school perform better than low-income students in most other school districts in New Jersey. But characteristically, it also has the lowest percentage of low-income students of any district in public schools in Jersey City. Showcases how low-income families are shut out of opportunity for economic mobility. Personally, this hits close to home for me. My parents were undocumented immigrants who never finished high school. And without access to quality education, I never would have achieved a better life than my parents did. I know that there are some neighbors here who have aesthetic concerns about this building. I want to point out that there are other 40-story buildings very close by. And, you know, you're going to hear some naysayers, maybe a dozen, you know, but balance that against the voices of the 60 low and moderate income families that will live here and will get to enjoy this location. And also, you know, the other families that will live in this building. This plan will provide opportunity and homes to so many families, and I urge you to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker.
So council members, I will be translating.
Okay.
Okay, I just need his name first. Spelt, please.
Elmer Carrera. Elmer is E-L-M-E-R. Carrera is C-A-R-R-E-R-A.
And your name?
Yambeli Gomez.
Thank you. Wait. Can you spell your first name for us?
Yes, it's Y-A, M as in mother, B as in boy, E-L-I.
Go ahead.
Buenas tardes, presidente del Consejo, Waterman y miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es Elmer Carrera, soy residente de la ciudad de Jersey City y miembro de la 32EJCO. Trabajo en 77 Hudson, aquí en Jersey City. Estoy aquí para hablar sobre la ordenanza 22-069. Si se aprueba, el promotor inmobiliario Silverman podrá construir 2 nuevos edificios con más de 400 apartamentos. Nuestro sindicato apoya el nuevo desarrollo. Puede aumentar la cantidad de viviendas y, lo que es más importante, crear nuevos puestos de trabajo en servicios de construcción. Sin embargo, el nuevo desarrollo debe ocurrir de manera responsable. Esto incluye cómo los promotores tratan a sus trabajadores permanentes. Desafortunadamente, Silverman ha contratado constantemente a un contratista de servicios irresponsable, Planes Company, para su trabajo de servicios de construcción. Planes Company es para quien yo trabajo en 77 Hudson. La empresa tiene un historial de pagar salarios bajos a los trabajadores y proporcionar pocos beneficios significativos. Se han involucrado en el robo de salarios por una suma de cientos y miles de dólares y han violado repetidamente las leyes laborales y federales. Recientemente, aquí mismo en la ciudad de Jersey City, se ordenó a los promotores inmobiliarios del Bartagen pagar a sus por miles de dólares en salarios atrasados después de que planes dieron pagos insuficientes al personal en violación de la ordenanza de salario estándar de Jersey City. En mi lugar de trabajo me estoy uniendo a mis compañeros para mejorar nuestras condiciones y ganar el sindicato. Dado que están ustedes considerando otorgarle a Silverman esta enmienda de zonificación, le pido respetuosamente.
Thank you. Now she can translate.
Okay.
Good evening, Council President Waterman and council members. My name is Elmer Carrera. I'm resident of Jersey City and a member of 32BJ SCIU. I work at 77 Hudson here in Jersey City. I'm here to speak to Ordinance 22-069. If approved, the developer Silverman will be able to build 2 new buildings with over 400 apartments. Our union supports new development. It can increase housing supply and importantly creates new building service jobs. However, new development must occur responsibly. This includes how developers treat their permanent workers. Unfortunately, Silverman has consistently engaged in irresponsible service contractor called planned companies for its building service work. Planned is who I work for at 77 Hudson. The company has a history of paying workers low wages and providing few meaningful benefits. They have engaged in wage theft to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars and have repeatedly broken federal labor laws. Recently, right here in Jersey City, the developers of the Vantage were ordered to pay their porters thousands of dollars in back wages after Plan underpaid the staff in violation of the Jersey City Standard Wage Ordinance. In my workplace, I am joining with my colleagues to improve our working conditions and to win the union. Are you considering granting Silverman the zoning amendment? I respectfully request that you urge them to commit to using a responsible contractor that provides fair wages and benefits. My experience working for Plan is that they are certainly not it. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you can state your name for the record before I start the time.
Sure. Diane Case, last name is K-A-E-S-E.
K-A-S-E, correct?
No, K-A-E-S-E.
Got it.
Thank you. I am the president of the Paulus Hook Association, and I would like to once again stand in front of you tonight opposing the changes to this ordinance. I think there are a lot of things that we've gone over already, but I think, as Stephanie pointed out, this could have been done in a very different way. The fact is that we sat down with planning for many years, came up with a transitional zone, which somehow has been thrown out the window. And by throwing that out the window, what has happened is that you are in violation of the master plan, which talks about going and protecting the existing neighborhoods and existing buildings and existing environment. We run the risk of extreme problems with floods if this is built. We've had them before, we will have them again, and that's where the water flowed through before. Now where's it going to go? It's going to go much, much further into our neighborhood. There's just so many things wrong with this that are very, very frustrating for the neighborhood. Although I will state that the affordable housing component is not something that the neighborhood is against, never has been, never will be. We have tried to get affordable housing in our neighborhood since we started being active back in the 80s. And development started in our neighborhood. So that has never been a question. But what this is essentially is a shutout by the planning department because they have not bothered to talk to us. They have not listened to us. They did not even respond to things when we came back into them with an alternate plan. They basically have ignored the neighborhood here. And no one, anyone, has told us how you can go from a 5-story transitional zone to 26 stories. There's been no explanation from anyone on the council, from anyone on planning staff, no one anywhere. So until that is explained to us in some logical manner, it's just not reasonable for us to stand back and say, yeah, this is a good project for our neighborhood, because it's not. I would respectfully ask that you vote against this and that we sit down and figure out a reasonable way to get affordable housing into Paulus Hook, because that's what this is, an attempt to provide affordable housing in Paulus Hook. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is Adam Cohen.
Adam
Cohen.
Cohen. Got it. Okay, Adam.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this this item. As Councilperson Prinzary and Councilperson Solomon know, I'm a very fierce advocate of affordable housing. It's the thing I do every single day when I go to work. And I find it interesting that people are coming up and speaking about their desire to have affordable housing, but they don't want density. The fact of the matter is construction costs have increased over 14% in the last year. Home prices in Jersey City have increased over 16% in the last year, which means land prices have also increased almost in lockstep with that. For people to want all these affordable housing units, but only want 4 or 6 or 8-story buildings where a 20-story building could accommodate the same number of units, that doesn't make financial sense. The amount of land that you would need for all of those affordable housing units that you can build on one plot of land in a 20-story building is significantly greater, and that significantly increased the costs for developers. This is not a profit-making, I agree, developers make a profit, but this isn't a completely profit-driven motivation. This is an economic integration program, as somebody mentioned previously, and by telling developers that, yeah, we want affordable housing, but the only way you can do it is to never take away our sunlight, that's just not feasible. And that's not going to happen in the New York area. It's not going to happen in any major metropolitan area. I am watching on a daily basis transactions that I work on that are falling apart because neighbors say, we don't want a 10-story building, we want a 6-story building. And then the developer says, okay, well, I need to buy the house next door. And that increases the base cost to build that project. By advocating for density and affordable housing, we are moving toward a fairer, more economically integrated city. And I think that this is a great change to an area of the city that desperately needs affordable housing to remain economically integrated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, if you can spell your name
Arlene
for me.
Mercado.
I'm sorry, I was talking while you were speaking. I'm sorry. Say again.
Charlene Mercado.
Charlene
Yes,
Mercado.
Mercado.
Okay.
From my humble understanding, the plan as written prior to this amendment was to create 40 to 50 units that would almost certainly be very large luxury unit condominiums. We don't need any more ultra luxury units in downtown. What we need is true affordable rental stock as targeted by the inclusionary zoning ordinance. Therefore, if increasing the unit count of this development is the only way to achieve it, then so be it. Downtown needs to pull its weight and not try to kick it off to Journal Square, Bergen Lafayette, or Greenville, or any other locations. We have the best access to transit downtown, and we have the infrastructure and services to accommodate more units.
If the land is going to be developed, which it certainly will be, I would rather see it be inclusive to those that need it, rather than exclusive to only those that can afford ultra luxury. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene.
Kim
Your name?
Jeblick. Kim Jeblick.
Kim, and can you spell your last name?
Jeblick.
L-I,
Lick. As a longtime Jersey City resident, I've been living in Jersey City since 1996 or so. Jersey City's downtown neighborhood has been overdue for affordable housing. All these new buildings have been built, constructed over the past however many years and have not incorporated affordable housing, or at least any that I know. For us to finally have a plan amendment that would ensure development fully incorporates the IZO's affordable housing goals, we should utilize it as our benchmark for quality development in the downtown, as that has long been said it needs affordable housing. Downtown needs to practice what the IZO preaches, the same way all the other neighborhoods are expected to. Thank you.
Thank you.
okay. Laverne?
You know what? This is sad tonight. You know why? I come here council meeting after council meeting. I'm a product of affordable housing. I tell this council, how many years ago the Grayview Park down the street was built? I got friends, I keep telling you, still live in that building. 30 years in affordable apartments. We need to tell developers, yes, you can build, but you got to build with affordable housing. They got to. I got a man that living in Jersey City for 80 years. His name is Arthur Lee. He's catching hell trying to get in the senior affordable housing. I got people think I work in City Hall calling me about somewhere to live in this city. Affordable. These developers, like I am a developer, work a plan that they bring in a percentage of affordable housing. It's the old Colgate building down here. It was factories. They housing. Work with the developers to bring my people need somewhere to live. I've been here 74 years. I went to Old Ferris High School. My aunt lived on 1st Street. My family came here in 1929 and lived on 6th Street. You honored the Colognes. I grew up with them on Whitening, Pine, Maple, went to Old 22 and Ferris High School. We got to work where people like Bergiani sitting up there, as I was a little girl, he knows. We got to stop letting developers say everything is market, everything. We got to do workforce housing, affordable housing. They can make it, but give something back. That's all we asking. Give something back to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just have your name, please?
Laura Lithgow, Lithgow.
L-I-T-H.
GOW.
G-O-W. Thank you.
So what I would like to say is that we do not need more developer buildings. What we need is mixed income housing built by the city of Jersey City and the county of Hudson. These developers often do not pay their fair share of taxes, which results in the increase of taxes for homeowners. These buildings also tend to have a lot of vacant residences. Are they being charged a vacancy tax? If the answer, 60 units in a building of 400 units for affordable housing is not enough. 60 people or families that will be now able to afford to live in downtown Jersey City, that's not enough. It could be 400 units. If the city of Jersey City or the county of Hudson built it and rented it, it could be, I believe it's called a community land trust. There's other options than giving land to these developers to create the same issues that are happening, where people can't afford to live here. And the residents that do own homes, their taxes are going through the roof. Because like I said, oftentimes these developers, they're not paying their fair share of taxes. Yeah, more developer buildings is not the solution. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Jean.
Yes, my name is Jean Daly. I think there's a big myth that's going on here because a lot of people aren't doing their homework. The fact of the matter is high-rise buildings has a smaller capacity and density than low-rise and mid-rise buildings. I did my homework on this a couple months back because of that 17-story thing at the Morris Canal. And I'm telling you, if you do your homework, like I try to do, you will see mid-rise buildings that can have the exact same density with the exact same affordable units. This is some falsity that people are saying you can't do it. It can be done. Cities in the United States are doing this. Philadelphia, DC, Houston, Chicago. There are examples that we can look towards, because that's the problem, is that you cannot go from a 5-story or 4-story, historic home to that type of height. I mean, it's absolutely unreasonable. And I feel that this community or this Jersey City, whether it's the development agencies or the planning, they are totally misguided, and they have this love affair with these high rises. We don't need the high rises. One reason why mid-rises are important, because they're to a human scale. They do not impose upon the community, and you're living with stuff at a human scale. I just find it atrocious that we ignore this fact, and no one's looking into it. No one is doing anything on the matter. I bring it up from time to time, but again, no response. I would actually urge you to put off this, well, I guess it's too late, to postpone this or withdraw it so that people in the community can have conversations. How things are done here matters. And when the public is not given an opportunity to have a two-way conversation where there's true interaction, not just you say something, you note it down, and that's the end of it. It's called a two-way conversation where people take ideas and go back and forth. So I really urge you to see if you can postpone this, or at least have a meeting. And it's really sad that this is happening to our town. And then to know that the people who are working there are treated like garbage. And also all these construction jobs that come in, they're temporary. And guess what? They're largely for men. So I'm not keen on this whole thing. And I really would ask you guys to reconsider the path the city is taking. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is still a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Motion made by Councilperson Rivera to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-069, seconded by Council President Waterman. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-069, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-069 with Councilperson Ridley absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 22-069, Councilperson Prinzary.
So first, I want to thank all the speakers that have come out tonight and have come out on previous nights when this has come to City Council. This is a challenging conversation, and we're going to have this conversation across the city. The idea of smaller, mid versus high rise as it relates to affordability. As many of you know, I'm from the Bay Area, and I lived in San Francisco when we went to 0% vacancy because there was no planning and there was no thought about how that city was going to grow and how it was going to remain affordable for so many people that lived there. Because of that, it had a ripple effect across the entire Bay Area. And now it is one of the most expensive places to live. And a family that makes $140,000 a year is considered low income. So I know that this is hard to have this conversation now, but we should be planning for this now so we can ensure that all of our residents can stay in Jersey City. So with that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
I'm going to abstain because I really do not know enough about this whole situation, and I want to find out more in the future.
Councilperson Saleh.
Just want to thank everyone that came out tonight to speak. And I just want to say I am in favor of the preservation of our history, but I am also in favor of affordable housing. And we can't say that we want affordable housing units, but we don't want to build more units. Like, we have to build up in order to get affordable housing, and downtown has to do its fair share. And we can't even build them fast enough. Like, these developers, you know, and I also agree with the woman that spoke that said it shouldn't be just, the onus should not just be on developers, it should be on the city and the county to build mixed income housing. But this offers downtown an opportunity to have affordable units. And there is a national housing shortage that we need to discuss, you know, and the rest of the country and the state of New Jersey needs to do its fair share. And Jersey City actually is building more than New York City is, but the rest of the country needs to build more units, because without it, the country is growing. There's people having families. Those kids are having, you know, they grow up and they have their own families of their own. I'm one of 8. I have 7 sisters. Like, people need housing, you know, people need to find places to live. And it's just insane because, you know, initially I would think I'd be opposed to it, but from a policy perspective, if you zoom out, we need to build this. And yes, there are developers that are, you know, not good faith actors in the community. And I recognize that, and I know of a few, and I know that Paul Silverman is not one of those bad faith actors. I've spoken to tenants, I've spoken to the people, I've gone around the Hamilton Park neighborhood. I used to go to McNair, I saw what he did. He transformed that entire area. I would eat lunch at Hamilton Park. It used to be full of needles, and now it's just like a very nice place to take a stroll. And he's helped Word Bookstore go into, you know, that area. He hasn't donated to my campaign. I'm telling you, just from keeping it 100 out here, that we do need these affordable housing units. And I know that that's cold comfort for the houses around the area, but we need them in downtown. These affordable units help people access jobs in New York City, okay? They help access markets where they have opportunity instead of being pushed to the periphery, which is what typically happens when people get priced out, when there are no affordable units like in San Francisco and LA. So with that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Thank you all for coming out to speak. I had hoped that we would ultimately delay the vote to address some of the process concerns and allow for further conversation between neighborhood city planning and the developer, but it didn't appear there was an appetite for that among the broader group. So ultimately, let me just state a couple of my thoughts here. In conversations with the applicants, there are some commitments that I just want to state in the record that I think will help. There's in addressing some of the quality of life issues, there's commitments around how the trash is going to be handled so that it's not stored in the sidewalk, commitments around how to reduce the impact of Uber, Lyft, deliveries, drop-offs, and reduce those things. Commitments on some of the setbacks related to the neighboring properties, commitments related to broader neighborhood beautification, commitments on the size of, I maybe just the wrong technical term, but the platform, sort of how long, tall the platform is, and then ultimately a collaborative design process moving forward. I just want to state all those things, on the record that are going to be done moving forward. I still have concerns related to the proposal. I am concerned that ultimately what we vote on here is planning and zoning. But as elected officials, we have to be concerned about the broader overall impacts of development and and I think the real estate industry in Jersey City. And so we had members from the 32BJ union speaking about the lack of jobs that pay, permanent jobs that pay fair wages and fair health care for the employees that put their lives on the line in the pandemic, right? They couldn't work from home. They were working every single day in their buildings, and the 32BJ and other residential workers, huge portion of them are Jersey City residents, and those jobs are not temporary. They're not project by project, but they are permanent. And so I want to continue to work on a much broader scale, as much as we can with the whole council, on living wage jobs. It is a core value of this city that if you work hard, your pay should match the dignity of your work. And so every developer that has any project, that is a thing that I will always ask that they do. And I think it is something that we as a council can continue to push on to make sure that it happens. There's no other way for me to say the next point other than to just be blunt, which is that folks on the surrounding blocks, if the project is ultimately built, which I assume it will be, are going to have to, it's going to suffer, right? They'll lose light, and they have a right to be upset that a written transition zone plan is going to be changed. There's no way you can't pretend that that's not happening and that they don't have a right to be upset at that outcome. But ultimately, I am going to vote yes on this. And the reason for doing that was stated by a couple of the folks here, which is just, we have struggled so much to get genuinely affordable units built in downtown Jersey City. And I understand folks say that 15% is not enough, and that is a yes and comment, right? Yes, it is not enough, and it has to be part of an overall strategy. We have to do all of the above. We have to, every opportunity we have to try to get affordable units, we need to try to push and do so. The IZO that this council passed at the end of last year includes real strengths. It includes units that are truly, genuinely affordable as part of that. And we needed amendments to get to that point, but we did. And this is the first project moving under the IZO. And I think there are, the person who goes first sometimes gets a little push. I say that when I'm teaching in my classroom, and the first person who goes up on, gets to do a student presentation. And because of that, the first IZO project that gets built is going to set the precedent. It's going to show everybody, yes, you can do it. Enough of the complaining and whining and saying these restrictions are too difficult. Once the units are there, that's the proof point. And that's a proof point we can use for every single project moving forward. And yes, it's only 60 units, but as some of the speakers spoke, and including affordable housing experts who we are blessed to have live in our community, the units do incredible. These are homes. I say units. These are homes, and the homes provide access to the best schools in the city. They provide access to the best transportation. They provide safe neighborhoods, and that is transformative for 60 years. And I see it in my position here for Newport. Newport 30 years ago included affordable units, and I speak to those families now who have been there for 30 plus years, whose kids were raised here, now are adults coming back after having gone from college. So I see the impact of even those 60 units, what they can do for families for the long term. And so for me, despite my misgivings with some things here, the height, the lack of commitments to living wage jobs, because it is the first IZO project, I think that ultimately it is. I just morally feel like I have to prioritize those 60 units and vote yes.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Goodness. This is a hard one for me. I understand the importances of affordable housing. I'm affordable housing recipient. I understand how important it is. However, I guess on the other hand, for me, I'm looking at what was essentially allowed before this zoning redevelopment buffer here versus what was permitted before. And I'm weighing the pros and the cons, and I keep coming to a juncture where I'm trying to see if it makes sense for more density and more affordable. I've been fortunate to do some studying, and I've seen several proposals where developers were allowed to get said establishments and/or units in smaller projects with less density. So with all that being taken into consideration, I'm gonna vote no on this project, because I feel like we had an opportunity to present something better. So I vote no.
Councilperson DeGise.
Thank you to all the speakers, and understanding that this is an extremely complex issue, just like a lot in Jersey City. But I feel like a good negotiation, sometimes sides don't feel like they're getting everything they want. And I think it is the right thing to do. I'm voting yes. Yes.
Councilperson Rivera.
I vote aye.
And Council President Waterman.
I want to thank everyone for coming out. In 2013, when we first started out, the affordable housing conversation was started. And from that time to now, Jersey City has changed tremendously. And sometime with the change, everyone don't like it. And that's just true. Change is something everyone do not like. I've listened to both sides of this argument. And one thing I do know, when Adam came up here, and Adam is one who have studied affordable housing, understand the process, understand the finance of affordable housing. And what he said is true. If you want affordable housing, then you have to give something back. And that's just the truth. Now, I get calls at least once a week for someone looking for affordable housing. And that is a challenge because we really don't have enough supply. As a city, we have to start including with all the development that's coming to add affordable housing. Now, someone said, what does the city do? We do have Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Now we have to find ways in which we have to fund the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to give to those who desire to build affordable housing, because it is a cost with it. As you know, like we know, everything has went up. Everything is costly. And so we have to give something in order to get something. And that's just the truth. And that's the name, that's the game of life. Give something to get something. And right now, people need affordable places to live. And we started it with the IZO. This is the first step. And we will continue because we do hear what the residents say. They need a place to live. So with that, I vote aye.
Okay. City Ordinance 22-069 is approved 6-1-1, with Councilperson Gilmore voting no and Councilperson Baggiano abstaining and Councilperson Ridley absent. On to our next second reading ordinance. Item 4.3, City Ordinance 22-070 is an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 10, impounding and booting vehicles of the Jersey City Code to allow for the impoundment of snowmobiles, all-terrain vehicles, dirt bikes operated on public streets. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record. Motion to close the public hearing made by Councilperson Rivera.
Second.
Second by Councilperson Prinzary. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-070, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0, with Councilperson Ridley to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-070. Before we move on to adopt, as discussed at the caucus, I need a motion to amend City Ordinance 22-070. The motion. The motion, okay, the motion was made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Councilperson Prince Airy. And the amendments for everyone following at home are in red. First amendment is under Chapter 242-9.3, Item D. In addition to unregistered and uninsured dirt bikes or all-terrain vehicles identified in New Jersey Statute 39:3C-1, abandoned, stored, parked on a public street, sidewalk, or in an alley shall be subject to the impoundment in accordance with the provisions of NJS 2C:64-6 or may not be destroyed. And the other addition is in Section 242-9.5, Item F. No dirt bike or all-terrain vehicle impounded shall be released by the Department of Public Safety to possession of the owner, therefore, until such owner has submitted satisfactory proof of identity and ownership, including but not limited to the appropriate registration and insurance for the dirt bike or all-terrain vehicle, and paying all outstanding fees and costs associated with the impoundment, reasonable, and towing and storage costs. So those are the two amendments, or two add-ons to the amendment. So on that amendment, Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Okay, motion to amend City Ordinance 22-070 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. Just bear with me 1 second before I take the vote, the final vote. Okay. The final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 22-070 as amended. Before I move on to Councilperson Prince Airy, because Councilperson Ridley is absent, she asked me to read this statement into the record on her behalf. So if you would allow me to do so. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend tonight's meeting due to family obligations. I thought that this ordinance was too important to hold up, so I have to ask that the vote continue without me present. Thank you to the residents and officers who reached out and did research to make sure that we could find a way to add more enforcement on the vehicles operated on our streets. I know some people have concerns about the cops not being able to chase individuals on these vehicles. I remind you that our Jersey City police officers' job is to protect and serve, and that includes the individuals on these dirt bikes and ATVs. We do not want to injure them, other residents, or officers. These vehicles will be treated like other unregistered vehicles and will be impounded. We have no plans to steamroll them, as you may have seen in other states. Anyone with proof of ownership and money for fines can retrieve their vehicle. We ask that they operate the vehicle in a designated facility which are available in New Jersey. The cops will not remove vehicles from private property, only public spaces. Additionally, with schools starting this week, we'd like to be able to enforce the new law as soon as possible in effort to help make the roadways a little safer. I defer to my colleagues and hope this vote passes this evening. Thank you. Councilperson Ridley. So with that being said, on the vote, Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
I'm going to vote aye because of Ridley, but I really don't understand this because we already have all the laws on the books to what we have to do to enforce the laws of motor vehicles and bicycles and motorcycles riding on sidewalks without helmets and license plates. As I said, I'll vote yes for Ridley.
Thank you. Councilperson Saleh.
I thank Councilwoman Ridley, even though she's not here. You know, I agree that this is a very important ordinance for us to pass, and that, you know, I hope that this empowers the police to be able to impound these legal vehicles that are posing a risk to the safety and security of residents, both on the street and also on the sidewalks that I often see them driving down. And with that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Great job, Councilperson Ridley, which we will say again when she's here next meeting, and I vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
I just have one question for legal. With respect to the CCs, because I know the state have, I think it's 150 CCs. So I guess my question, what happened if one of these vehicles don't meet the threshold to register?
So for the dirt bikes and for the ATVs, they have to be registered. That is the state law. So that's.
There are some like, goodness, they have like some of the electrical scooters. But that's where I'm kind of confused at, because motor vehicle doesn't mandate all of these vehicles be registered. So for the sake of enforcement, like how do the police know to differentiate these items?
So for electric scooters, that's not included in this particular ordinance. So for the dirt bikes, I believe they understand what it looks like, and what it's supposed to, it's supposed to be registered. I think they understand what would qualify as a dirt bike and an ATV, as opposed to any of the other vehicles you mentioned, like the electric scooters and the other types of vehicles that are being relied upon in Jersey City. But this is only exclusively for the dirt bikes and the ATVs. I'm sure they have a mechanism to differentiate as to these types of vehicles and what they look like.
Okay, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I vote aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
So let me just Councilman Gilmore raised something here, but with respect to electric vehicles, is there a way where we as a municipality can say you need to register these vehicles? Because some of the bikes, the e-bikes, and especially with these businesses, these bikes get on sidewalks and they go bananas. So is there a way where we as a municipality can adopt that or say, I'm not trying to amend this ordinance, maybe do something else, but is there a way we can do that?
I can take that into an advisement and get back to you on that. We can look into further, because I know we were looking into those other types of vehicles as
Correct.
well as what can be done for that. But the law just allowed for this particular
Got it.
dirt bikes and.
I vote aye.
Council President Waterman.
I just want to congratulate Councilwoman Denise Ridley. She's not here, and I know she worked hard to try to get this done, especially in a ward, because she had a gang of them in her ward. And so I know this is something she want to push forward. So with that, I definitely vote aye.
City Ordinance 22-070 as amended is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. And just for the record, Corporation Council, those amendments were not substantial changes. I forgot to ask that.
Yeah, as per the Corporation Council, they're not.
Thank you. All right, on to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.4, City Ordinance 22-071 is an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 242, Peace and Good Order, to prohibit the use of bicycles, scooters, skateboards, and roller skates in pedestrian plazas. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ayla Shermer. Do you need me to spell it?
It's Amy, you said?
Ayla, A-Y-L-A.
Sorry, it's so hard to hear.
Sorry, A-Y-L-A.
A-Y-L-A?
Yes.
And your last name?
Shermer, S-C-H-E-R-M-E-R.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Ayla Shermer. I'm a Ward E resident and the president of Bike JC, a local advocacy organization that aims to make Jersey City safe and welcoming for cyclists. I know that during this week's caucus meeting, Councilperson Solomon requested that the wording of this ordinance be modified to expressly say that walking your bike or other wheeled device in the pedestrian plaza is allowed. I'm not sure if that modification made it into tonight's ordinance, but if not, I'm asking that it please does. The police officers patrolling the pedestrian plaza are unfortunately not all on the same page about the correct policy. Bike JC continues to receive frequent reports of the JCPD writing tickets for people so much as walking on the walking their bikes, that is, on the pedestrian plaza, or even parking their bikes on the brand new bike racks that were recently installed there. I think you'll all agree, or I hope that you will, that this has no safety justification. Someone slowly walking their bicycle through the plaza poses no more of a safety risk than any other pedestrian. The improper and inconsistent enforcement that is occurring is troubling and problematic. So I'm once again asking that the wording of this ordinance be clarified and that JCPD and public safety leadership be thoroughly briefed on this law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker.
Hey there, Colin DeVries, Jersey City. Colin DeVries.
Can you spell your last name, sir?
Yeah, DEVRIES.
Thank you, sir.
I just have brief remarks on this ordinance. I just wanted to make the point that these pedestrian plaza spaces, in my opinion, is a missed opportunity to also be intentional about including safe space for other modes of transportation like bicycles. I just think that as we move forward and potentially develop more of these plazas in the future, I think we just be cognizant of the design to include space for pedestrians as well as these other modes of transportation. Many people frequent business using bicycles, scooters, skateboards, and roller skates, and having to put them aside somewhere at the start of the pedestrian plaza may prevent them from frequenting some of these businesses. So just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. Council President, Alderman, God bless you, and all the council people. My name is Antoinette Chess. I am the president of Stegman Street Block Association, and these electric bikes and dirt bikes are not only on the streets, they're on the side residential streets. And we have children on these residential areas, and it's very unsafe for a child. And everybody knows me, I will fight hard for a child to have be safe. Children can run out into the street, just the flash of a minute. The parents can be right there. And these bikers, electrical or dirt bikes, causes tremendous cause for accidents for these children. Not only children, the elderly on the block or whatever. This thing has to stop. It has to stop. Okay? I pray that you do pass it, please, for the safety of the children. All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
This is still a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium, state your name for the record.
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Rivera. And did I hear a second?
Second, yep.
Second by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-071, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-071. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 22-071, Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
I'm saying aye, but this is mainly for downtown. How about the rest of the city? That pedestrian plaza should be taken out and should have sidewalks and, should be changed. Vote aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
I'm gonna vote aye. And I also agree with Ayla, the Bike JC president, that walking the bike sounds like a very reasonable ask and that you should be able to walk the bike. And there should be more enforcement as well along the rest of the city. It shouldn't just be pedestrian plaza, but this ordinance is looping in the pedestrian plaza as part of it. And I think the council should also explore, the Uber Eats and DoorDash drivers and putting the onus on those companies to make sure that they have their delivery drivers obeying the law as well, and finding them. But with that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
To answer the question that Ayla raised, when I asked, and for the council as well, when I asked the corporation council to make the changes, he responded this morning, and his response was that a number of other concerns were raised around the broader vehicle access currently on the pedestrian plaza, delivery vehicles, and that already a meeting was going to be convened to discuss it next week. And he asked that all the changes be incorporated into that one meeting. And so when the changes are not in this ordinance, we're going to have the meeting next week. I'm happy to try to do this collectively, but obviously if for some reason in the next month we don't have that ordinance back before the council, I'm happy to just on my own introduce an ordinance clarifying this language, allowing bicycles to be walked on the plaza. I mean, it's just a very reasonable thing to walk your bicycle home or to a store, things like that. So it's not in the ordinance now, but you have my commitment to make sure it is in law in the very near future. And with that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Another question, either legal or, what if anything happened, if someone did receive a ticket for walking their bike through the pedestrian plaza?
As the language stands now, it says ride and operate. So the meaning for that means that walking should not be included because it needs to ride and operate. If you're walking your bike, we don't consider that to be riding or operating the bike. So I know it needs to be a little bit more strong, but as we read it, we feel that it already includes not walking the bike.
So is it fair to assume that if someone did get a ticket for walking through and they articulated that in court, a reasonable conclusion would be to dismiss that ticket?
If they're reading the way the ordinance reads now, yes, should be.
Thank you. I vote aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye. Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 22-071 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.5, City Ordinance 22-072 is an ordinance amending Article 22 of Chapter 254, Property Maintenance of the Jersey City Code, requiring the registration of certain mortgages of real estate property by mortgagees, and Chapter 160, Fees and Charges, to conform to the requirements of Pamphlet Law 2021 C.444. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
My name.
Just give me 1 second, I'm sorry. Okay, and your name, sir?
Adam Cohen.
Adam Cohen. Okay, Adam.
I just had a very quick question about this ordinance. From my reading of it, it's not clear that the mortgage needs to be registered to a person. It can be registered to an LLC. Is that correct?
Legal.
That I'm not sure. I have to look into that.
Okay, just, I think the main concern that I have is, as a resident of Journal Square, there's a countless number of properties that are owned by LLCs that are not properly maintained. And I constantly hear from Prosecutor Hudnut and other city officials that there's no way to find out who can actually be held accountable to maintain those properties. So just requiring this it's fine on paper, but if it's just registering a mortgage to an LLC and nobody can figure out who to actually hold accountable, it really isn't achieving anything. So that's just my one comment.
That's true, Adam. Could we find that out? Because that's true. Because even when we call, when it comes to LLC, we can't get exactly the owner. We need the owner.
We'll just withdraw it.
Well, we're on the public hearing right now. So,
Right, so we finished the public hearing, then we could table
right,
it.
so this is
Motion
still
to
a
close.
This is still a public hearing on City Ordinance 22-072. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Rivera. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Council President Waterman to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-072. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye. Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-072.
Okay, could we find an answer? If not, we could table this, because what sense does it make?
My understanding, before the property is foreclosed, they have to send a notice to the city, which has all the information with respect to the LLC or whoever is the owner of the property. If there's any type of violations, all the information as to where it needs to go to, it's in that pre-notice before the actual foreclosure. This registry is just taken into consideration that notice we're going to be registering, and they have to pay the fee to do any type of maintenance work or anything else with respect to the property. But we get notices from the actual mortgagee or the mortgagor who's going to be taking over the property in the foreclosure. So that's what the registry is going to do. So we're going to have that information as to who we need to get in contact with respect to the property. That's
Okay.
the purpose of this registration.
Okay. I'm clear. Anybody? Everybody?
Danny?
Be clear. We got it. Because we need to know who the owner is. That's our concern. Thank you.
Okay. Is it on?
Before they actually do the foreclosure, again, they have to send a notice which includes all the information as to who owns the property to the city. And that's what we're keeping track of with respect to this registry.
Thank you. Sharon.
Okay, for final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 22-072, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 22-072 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.6. City Ordinance 22-073 is an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 3, Administration of Government, Article 12, Department of Health and Human Services of the Jersey City Municipal Code to create the Division of Community Relations and Social Services. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing was made by Councilperson Saleh on City Ordinance 22-073. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Second was made by Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Baggiano, I just need you to be a little louder on the mic. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-073, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
There you go. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
He
stepped away.
Sorry, I didn't see that. Now I do. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
He's got stealth powers. Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing with Councilperson Solomon and Councilperson Ridley absent. Final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 22-073, Councilperson Prinzary.
Just briefly, I am glad to see the codification of this division within the Department of Health and Human Services. Mary Ann Kelleher, it is wonderful to see the work that you're doing also finally be codified into its own division. It's been great to see the genesis of this work from our very first days working together with Healthier JC and with Thomas. So, you know, it's good to see this kind of work being recognized and become an official part of City Code. With that, I happily vote aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Mary Ann, it's about time, and I'm sure your mom and dad are very happy and proud of you. I vote aye.
I heard that very loud and clear. Councilperson Saleh.
Mary Ann, if you could step to the podium.
No.
Yeah, listen, I want to recognize, and I'm glad that this is being turned into a division. Mary Ann, the work that you did during the pandemic was incredible, and the communications you put out, you know, as a new council member that came in during the pandemic, I heavily relied on a lot of the things that you did, and it's great to see this finally codified. And I just want to recognize all the work that you did during the last 2.5 years. How many years have you been part of the city?
I'm celebrating my 26 and a half years.
Your 26.5 years.
Yes.
I want to thank you for your service to this city.
Thank you.
And especially the last 2.5 that I've been eyewitness to as a councilman. I want to say that this city couldn't have gone through the pandemic without what you did. And the fact that it's finally being codified is a testament to your achievement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. My team is here. Jasenia Pinkney.
Okay,
and
let's give a round of applause to the team
Fontaine.
too. With that, I vote aye.
Don't do it alone. Thank you very
They
much.
could come up too. All right.
Don't go away, Mary Ann.
Okay.
Solomon's back.
Councilperson Solomon.
Thank you, Mary Ann, for all the work you're doing. Excited to see what you'll do in this codified role. I vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Thank you, Mary Ann. I had the opportunity to work up close and personal with you and Jasenia when I deviated from my tasks at HHS, and it's really brilliant what you do over there, and it's finally good to see that, you know, they recognize something in you and in your division and the work that you do. So I'll probably vote aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
You've been doing this work for 26 and a half years, right? It's very nice that this department has been able to do all of the work and all of the initiatives. You guys take on everything, pandemic or not, every initiative. I can't thank Director Flanagan enough, and you as well. You keep us informed and engaged. Our health, our wellness is a priority, but you also connect every resident, any neighborhood to the nonprofits that need our help too. You empower them when city services end, then you connect them to a nonprofit or an agency that can pick it up, and you just keep it all interconnected. And it takes a village kind of method, and that's the real Jersey City method, and you're the real Jersey City girl. So thank you.
Thank you.
I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
I'm going to tell you something, Marion. You're a badass. You know, way to go. You know, and for 26 years, you've been knocking it out the park, and you're just great. Congratulations. I vote aye.
Council President Waterman.
Well, Mary Ann, first I want to say congratulations because I'm going to vote yes. Working in this city for like just 9 years and you here 26 years, I've seen that as we change divisions, sometimes we did good and sometimes we didn't. All right. But in this case, I know we're doing a good thing. I really do. Because you are a leader, true leader, because you rise up to the occasion. When it was a pandemic, you made sure people had information. You made sure we had information because you deal with the health issues. And so often, what people don't realize, this council look good sometimes because of the people that works for this city. And you're one of them. And I know you have a passion for young girls. You know, you do your thing. People don't know it, but you're always in the community. And that's probably a testament to your mother and father, because I know, you know, good genes come from parents. They do. So I want to say congratulations. This is one that I'm really happy I'm voting on because you worked it. You really worked it. And I know your team love you too. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. I'm allowed to say something?
Sure.
If you wouldn't mind me recapping the vote.
Please count the vote, John.
If I could do my due diligence. So City Ordinance 22-073 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. Congratulations, Marianne. In your 26 years, I've known you all of those 26 years. So kudos to you. This is well deserved. And the best of luck to you and your team. And I see already they have smiles on their face. They're ready to work for you. So just a testament to you and how great you are as a leader. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. You know, I just want to say a couple of quick things since you called me up here. I love this city. It is mine. I made it mine in 1972. I love this city. I've seen it through 5 administrations. I really appreciate tonight's recognition of Reverendo Colon, who was small but mighty. And I met him, I was 24 years old, I was a kid. And he introduced me to so many people at PACO, the Puerto Rican Parade Committee. And, you know, I really started this journey as really an event planner celebrating Jersey City's diversity. Equity in Jersey City still drives me. When you see our health messaging, it is multi-ethnic. It is about our community. And so, yeah, I mean, I went from event planning to the health department. It wasn't exactly a plan. But, you know, Stacy asked me to take my relationships with nonprofits and try and codify it with the health department. I've tried to work hard. The pandemic really threw us for a loop. I have worked all over the city, and I must say this, some of the most amazing, dedicated individuals work in our department, and these are 2 of them. I'm very proud of them. And I always say, you know, you're no good without a really amazing team. So I want to thank you for your trust. I hope to keep earning it, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm too young to retire. Thank you. Congratulations, Marianne. Congratulations. So this is Jasenia Pinkney, who does all of our amazing graphic design work. We were kind of had to take all of our education and throw it out in virtual space. And this is Maciel Infante, who has an amazing clinical degree. She's studying things I don't even understand, but her and I are charged with our clinical degrees, reading some of this really long stuff from the CDC and trying to put it in plain English so that we can encourage a healthier JC. Thank you again for your trust.
Thank you. All righty. Can't top that. Next, second reading ordinance, item 4.7, City Ordinance 22-074 is a franchise ordinance granting permission to Harmony Foundation of New Jersey and its successors or assignees to make private improvements on a portion of the public right-of-way of Cole Street, 12th Street, Monmouth Street, and 13th Street adjacent to the property located at 227 Cole Street and 310 12th Street, also identified on the Jersey City tax maps as Block 7001, Lots 1 and 2. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Rivera. I believe I heard a second from Councilperson Baggiano.
Right.
To close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-074, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-074. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 22-074, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 22-074 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.8, City Ordinance 22-075 is an franchise ordinance granting permission to Ada Anis Hala Samuel for existing stairway and retaining wall encroachments into the right-of-way at Lot 19, Block 2004, also known as 99 Columbia Avenue. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record, please.
Motion.
Motion
Second.
made by Council President Waterman. May I have a second to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-075?
Second.
Seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-075, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent to close the public hearing on Ordinance 22-075. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 22-075, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 22-075 is adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.9, City Ordinance 22-076 is an ordinance authorizing the imposition of restrictions on Meadow Street located east of Duffield Avenue. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Motion made by Council President Waterman, and I'm going to give the second to Councilperson Prinzary. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-076, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-076. For final consideration and adoption of Ordinance 22-076, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 22-076 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.10, City Ordinance 22-077 is an ordinance by the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City accepting the dedication of the Jersey Avenue Bridge over the Morris Canal. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Second.
Motion made by Council President Waterman to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-077 and seconded by Councilperson Prinzary. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-077, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley to close a public hearing on City Ordinance 22-077. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 22-077, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 22-077 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. On to our last second reading ordinance, item 4.11, City Ordinance 22-078 is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Traffic Regulations, Section 332-9, stop intersections to designate various unsignalized intersections as stop control and/or multi-way stop control intersections. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Motion made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Councilperson Rivera to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 22-078. On the motion, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent to close the public hearing on Ordinance 22-078. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 22-078, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
I want to say I've never been more excited to vote on stop signs because we're going to be putting stop signs on Summit Avenue where there are no street lights, and I know the community really wanted them. And with that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 22-078 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. Okay, before we get to our public speakers, we do have a public hearing on the 2022-2023 Exchange Place Alliance Special Improvement District Assessment Roll and Budget. I will be taking speakers as they come up in the order that they come up. You would just come up to the podium, state your name for the record, and then you would be timed with the 3 minutes. So this is a public hearing. Any member of the public wishing to speak, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record. Hold on. No, hold on. Are you coming up to speak?
Hey, come on.
Okay, Jean. Ready.
Hi, my name is Jean Daly. I guess we're going to go through this again about the Exchange Place Alliance. Having a special improvement district is a wonderful thing, unless it's run poorly or it's not in touch with the public. And I think we're having a shining example of both of this. The issue at hand is that the people who are on the board no longer live in Jersey City, nor do they own property in Jersey City. And therefore, why are we having these corporate individuals telling us in our Jersey City what we can do with our public space? That private corporate roadway going through Exchange Place is a fiasco, as well as what the treatment of the Catchin Memorial is. I take great issue with that, and especially because all of our cultural events, in fact, have been kicked out systematically, and it is a violation of our civil rights of assembly, including a violation of our civil rights to participate in the cultural celebrations or cultural communities or our cultural communities. So there is trouble there, and simple things like an Oprah request takes 4 months for them to tell you, oh, it's too broad. There's just no interaction between the public. It's a one-way street where they tell you what's going to go on. You say something and then they just ignore you. Some things I did want to mention because I got their lovely flyer as well. This nice press release about the Exchange Place Plaza. Because one thing that they're saying is that in July they had an open public meeting. Now that's something we've been talking about, and this is part of the lawsuit.
Gene, I'm going to pause you for a second because this is the public hearing on the assessment roll and the budget.
Right.
Oh, okay, I get to the budget.
Budget.
Forgive me. Well, the thing is, I'm trying to find out, their taxes and stuff like that. You can't even get a copy of that. But I'll go to the assessment roll. One thing I'm concerned about this budget is about the what they're claiming it's going to cost, because I have a document from them, from the Exchange Place Alliance, that states that the design development budget is over $9 million. This is one column, 9 million. The construction budget is over 10 million. And then the redesign budget is 8.5 million. This has been going on for several years. So where's $27.5 million? What is this? These are documents that came from the Exchange Place Alliance. So I'd like to know what's going on with this money's going and who's accountable for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Budget.
Remember, when this is a public hearing on the assessment roll and budget only, okay?
Right.
Yes, Mr.
State your name
Gallagher.
for your-
Yes, my name is John Trupp. I live in Ridgewood, New Jersey, and I work in Washington, D.C. And I'm here speaking on behalf of the president, the national president of the Polish American Congress, Mr. Frank Spula, who cannot be at today's meeting. Although he's on the speaker's list, he had a last-minute complexity that prevents him from being here. First of all, I'd like to say that Jersey City is, as you all know, at the risk of being redundant, is the gateway city. It's the most diverse city in the United States. And in that sense, it's a laboratory for seeing whether or not the spirit of our American laws prevails over sectional interests that may not be in the general interest. This is why I ask you not to include funds in the assessment roll and budget for the Exchange Place Alliance Special Improvement District that include proposed new construction by that organization near the Katyn Memorial. The City Council in December of 2018, by unanimous vote, voted to keep the Katyn Memorial in Exchange Place in perpetuity. That shows the spirit of the City Council valuing this important memorial, which is a cenotaph that contains soil and the bodily remains of the Polish prisoners of war murdered on Stalin's orders in April of 1940. Although there are very few Polish Americans who live in Jersey City, it's very important to realize that the Katyn Memorial is just not about Poles or Polish Americans. It's about all the victims of communism, the over 100 million victims of communism murdered since the Bolshevik Revolution of November 1917, simply because they opposed communism. And it's particularly a bad decision for the City Council to vote to keep the Katyn Memorial in perpetuity in December of 2018, and today to authorize funds for new construction near the monument that will obscure the monument from public view, that will lower the monument, lower it both physically and in esteem. That's not something you should do, and that's why President Spula of the Polish American Congress asks you to observe the spirit of your decision of December of 2018 to keep the Katyn Monument in Exchange Place in perpetuity and in full public view without the new construction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Suzanne Byrne, and I'm the Executive Director of the York Street Project.
I'm sorry, it's Ann?
Suzanne,
Suzanne.
Susanne, B as in boy, YRNE.
B as in, I'm so sorry. It's a little hard to hear because I'm getting an echo. So if you could just spell the last name again?
BYRNE.
Thank you.
You're welcome. A letter from me was sent to all of you earlier today, so I'm not going to take up the whole 3 minutes, but I just wanted to come to the meeting personally to show my support for the Exchange Place Alliance. The York Street Project, we have found them to be an incredible community partner. I have worked at York Street since 1998, not always in this role. However, the transformation of the Exchange Place area in that time has really been phenomenal. And the work that they do on the upkeep, the beautification, it really makes a huge difference in the downtown community. So I wanted to come out and just speak to my support of them. I also wanted to reiterate one of the things that was in my letter, that, you know, they are, for York Street this year, we're really a transformational community partner with the support that they gave us. 66,602 bed nights were provided to homeless Jersey City residents by the York Street Project. You know, that is a direct result of the support that we receive from all of our donors, but, you know, most definitely from what we received from the Exchange Place Alliance. We served 161 families that included 216 children, all homeless, all Jersey City residents. So there's a lot that they do to support the community, and I encourage you to support their budget tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Your name?
My name is Wojciech Sten Mazur. Last name Mazur.
Okay.
Can
you spell the first name?
First name Wojciech.
Thank you.
I'm Vice President of the Business Affairs of the Committee for the Conservation of the Cutting Monument and Historic Object. I was asked to speak on behalf of the organization. Thank you all, honorable councilwoman and councilmen, for the meetings we had in last weeks to discuss recent plans and our proposed small but very important changes to the Exchange Place Plaza project. As most of you agreed with us, and we are glad having your support, we urge you as your constituency to ask Elizabeth Kane and other members of Exchange Place Alliance to submit the two changes to the plans, which are: number one, 20 feet wide second access to the monument from Montgomery Street, and number two, reduce the length of the benches from over 150 feet long surrounding the monument to 220 feet long on both sides of the monument under the trees. Above statement was previously presented to the Board of Directors of the EPA SID at their last Zoom meeting at July 2nd. After hearing our proposition, Mr. DeMarco remarked that he would support it. But after checking EPA SID website and making follow-up calls and emails to EPA SID staff, there has been no indication that these plans revisions will actually materialize. These changes will significantly lower the cost of the project because of the reduction of approximately 100 feet of very expensive bench wall and reduction of the landscape for the second access area. We estimated the savings at minimum $100,000 labor material. We do not oppose the budget. We propose to implement these changes to the plans in the form of written addendum to the construction plans. This is regular process documenting minor changes without stopping the project. Let me repeat it over, asking for written amendment to the construction plans with these two changes we propose. We ask you, honorable members of council, to intervene in this matter on behalf of your constituency, because many of the members of our committee reside in Jersey City and are deeply concerned about safety, aesthetics, and accessibility to the cutting monument. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker.
Suzanne Mazurchik.
Hey, Susan.
Do you need me to spell my last name? You have it on the list.
You can. Go ahead, please, for the record.
Suzanne, last name Mazurczyk, Mazurczyk.
Thank you so much, Susan.
We understand that this is a discussion about the budget for the Exchange Place Alliance as a Special Improvement District. And I also represent the nonprofit organization, the Committee for the Conservation of the Cotton Monument and Historic Objects. We appreciate the council listening to the concerns of our organization and to the public. As our name indicates, the main purpose of our organization is to protect the monument. We understand that not only is the Exchange Place Alliance busy with the Exchange Place Plaza renovation, but also with other special events. We are here not to cause obstacles to the organization or to the city, but to request the support of the council to assist in addressing the concerns of safety, accessibility, visibility, and conservatorship with regards to the monument and the renovation plans of Exchange Place. My associate mentioned a second access point, lower benches, and potential savings in the process. Mr. DeMarco has mentioned a conservator and support of our proposed second access point. However, we understand that the reluctance to discuss the details due to current litigation matters. But as we all know, nothing is binding unless it is in writing. Perhaps they will feel more comfortable speaking about those details with you council members. We appreciate the council interceding on behalf of the public to address these concerns, and we look forward to a renovated plaza that takes these concerns into account. Our organization is here for the long haul. Our president has over 30 years taken students to the monument to educate them about the importance of the monument, and our organization is not involved in any litigation with the city or its representatives. We're committed to a productive long-term relationship with the city and its agents regarding Exchange Place, the home of the Cotton Monument.
Thank you.
My name is Victoria Alaneski. I'm of Polish extraction. This is my daughter. She has been trying very hard to get to understand the reason of the statue. The statue has been there since 1996, but I'm talking about the gentleman who was I wanted to mention Mr. Yoon. Lake Council Yoon just passed. I've been coming here with my daughter as a support because I believe that people should know that statue has a back look of the all the problems that happened with the the buildings in New York when the planes came. 9/11 and hit.
As a backdrop for 9/11.
As a backdrop.
It's a little late, sorry.
But it shows that it was the same thing that happened in Poland when these people were killed by the Russians, and same thing that happened to our people who were killed in the buildings here from the airplanes that broke in and did the same thing without our knowing it. It was part of the Second World War. And right now, I know you're talking about the budget, and that money is being taken care of properly. Polish people are very notified to watch their pennies here and there. So I'm sure that with the help of the people in this organization for the statue, you know that you have people thinking about the budget. So I thank you if you can help take care of these things so I don't have to keep coming to this meeting every time. I've been here since Mr. Hume died. And I know the monument is there for posterity, but I don't want to have my foot in Jersey City through posterity. I want to get going home and enjoy myself a little bit and know that people are really honest and don't want the next generation to fight another war.
Thank you, Mother. Thank you. Thank you.
This is still a public hearing on the 2022-2023. Let me stop because I have Director Elizabeth Kane.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the public and the council, and I've met with several of you, just to kind of redirect some things of what an SID actually does and our function along the waterfront. The SID is funded by a special assessment tax on commercial properties in a limited geographical area, and this funding is used to supplement city services and support growth and improvement. It's really because a commercial area, I think we have 7 at this point, correct me if I'm wrong, in Jersey City, but a commercial area really puts the strain on regular city services because of the amount of people that come in to work in the buildings, to shop at the stores. So we serve as a, let's say, helper for regular city services, and we do it. So we do this through beautification and landscaping.
Please, no yelling out, please. Let's respect everyone. Okay, let's respect everyone. No yelling out.
Economic development, such as business support, special events, and other programming, such as our public art, our support of the community organizations. You've received several letters from these people, including York Street Project. Safeties, which includes snow removal and pedestrian concerns and just general safety issues. Capital improvements, this is big and small. This includes the fully funded capital improvement of Exchange Place that's going on right now. This is very neglected for many, many years, lots of trip hazards. It's going to be really stunning when we're finished. The goal is to be finished by the end of the year. And also small capital improvements. For example, we reset historic cobblestone in the area that was just kind of a mess. So there's lots of things that we do that people don't necessarily see. We also liaise with city services between the property owners, public transportation like the Port Authority and the New Jersey Transit, and property owners with to keep them on task with maintenance of the walkway. We have worked for several years at this point, and the renovation of the plaza, as you've heard before, is fully funded with rollover capital improvement dollars. This is our budget, including some of those rollover dollars, because they're active now, to continue the great work that we've been doing and will continue to do. We've been doing this for 4 years, and really this year we're starting to see the fruits of our labor with some wayfinding projects, some of the capital improvements coming to fruition, lots of events. We have Pier Fest on Friday if everyone wants to go, free salsa lessons with some great bands on the Grundy Pier. I just wanted to address it because I'm a little distressed about false and misleading information that's been spread and continues to be spread about our renovation project. And I think the council members that did take the time to come down and see it with your own eyes and kind of understand really both sides of the story. We are not, and I did some of that today, we are not lowering the monument or touching the monument in any way. We're removing some pavers that were put on it in the last renovation when it was turned into a bus terminal, which currently, it is. We are just removing pavers and replacing them so that it's clean and beautiful and easy to use and can bring back some celebrations in a safe way, which is very exciting for all of us, I think. And we're certainly not covering the monument. Right now, anyone is invited, if you haven't seen it already, there's an 8-foot fence around the monument and the surrounding area, and it's very clearly not covering the monument. The bench and the area that is going around the monument after to make a really beautiful, reflective place to really honor this monument as opposed to being in a bus terminal is 5.5 feet high. I know my time is up. I
Thanks,
think it's
Liz.
important.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
This is still a public hearing on the 2022-2023 Exchange Place Alliance Special Improvement District Assessment Roll and Budget. Any member of the public still wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Motion.
Okay, I have a motion made by Council President Waterman.
It was Soleil. It was him. He
Soleil
was
first?
smooth.
I appreciate that, Council.
He was smooth with it.
He was smooth, but he was very low. That's unlike him. So the motion was made by Councilperson Soleil, and I'll give the second to the Council President to close the public hearing on the 2022-2023 Exchange Place Alliance Special Improvement District Assessment Roll and Budget. On the motion, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Soleil.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
That's the closest I've ever been there. Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 to close the public hearing on the 2022-2023 Exchange Place Special Improvement Assessment Roll, Exchange Place Alliance Special Improvement District Assessment Roll and Budget with Councilperson Ridley absent. And I apologize for not starting the clock on time for Liz. It wasn't intentional. It was a mistake by me, and I wear that mistake, and I apologize to members of the public. So with that being said, we're going on to our public speaking portion of the meeting. What I am going to ask of all the individuals that come up, if you can state your name for the record and the city that you live in, I would greatly appreciate it. So with that being said, our first speaker, Laverne Webb Washington. You left, right?
Yeah, she's.
Okay. Next speaker, 5.2, Merrick. I'll let you say your last name so I don't butcher it.
Marek Skulimowski, New York. I'm a president and executive director of the Kościuszko Foundation, a nationwide Polish-American organization. Good evening, council members. In the past few months, the City Council has taken to asking speakers to identify where they live. Yes, this approach is, with all due respect, fallacious when you discuss the Katyn Memorial. Allow me to explain. If you were to amend your question and ask the following speakers what their family experience was during the Second World War, you would be taking the correct approach. And let me assure you, most of the members and friends of the Kościuszko Foundation will have their stories about Russian atrocities during the past century. In my case, my grandparents were sent into exile into the Arkhangelsk region in the Arctic Circle when the Russians occupied eastern Poland. They were sent there just because my grandfather worked for a county office, the same office we are in. My father was born there, in the dugout, in a labor camp in the middle of the forest. When they returned west, their home was now the Ukraine, in the Soviet Union, and they were forced to go further west into Poland with their children. Neither I nor my children will ever be able to visit the sardonically titled free settlement where they were forced to labor, nor will my children, who have been raised in the United States, they will, however, be able to visit Katyn Memorial and pay homage at the plaque entitled Siberia. The memorial, you see, has the meaning, both to those sent into exile, whose parents or sibling died or survived, as well as those whose fathers or uncles were sent to Kozielsk or Starobielsk or Ostashkov, or whose bones lie buried in Katyn or outside Kharkiv, Kyiv, or elsewhere in the frozen land of Siberia. Their family members came here to Jersey City, where they settled in Paulus Hook, now called Exchange Place, and together with other hardworking Polonia members, collected the funds to erect the memorial. It is your responsibility as the members of the council to protect the history of the Jersey City and its constituent communities. And the Cutting Memorial is the major symbol of this deserving that respect. The only monument in the tri-state area that depicts pure evil, Russia. I'm reiterating, I have stated previously, and you need to vote to open up the space around the monument, make it more accessible, safer for those who wish to commemorate, possibly Poles, Ukrainians, Lithuanians. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, Christina. 5.3.
Need me to spell my name?
No.
Okay. Good evening, council members. Let me now tell you where I come from, not where I reside. You just heard one family history. Mine differs somewhat. My father was called to duty on September 3rd, 39, and never saw his parents or his home in Warsaw after that. I won't see the Kozielsk, Grazowiec, or Pawliszczew Bór camps in Russia where my father was imprisoned. I won't ever see the Gulag where my mother, who had been accused of treason for opposing a referendum like the one Russia now proposes for Donbas and Luhansk, served her sentence, and which still exists today. I'll never see the free settlement where my aunt and uncle were sent to solely because my aunt was a bookkeeper for the Border Patrol. I was able to once see the prison exterior in what is now Belarus, where one uncle, an enemy of the Russian state, was killed by the Russians as they evacuated in 1941. My parents could not return to Poland after the war due to decisions made by the US and Great Britain and Russia at Yalta. They were true political refugees, and I grew up with that consciousness. When the plans were announced for erecting the memorial, my mother was one of the many people who contributed to the cause. She joined, as did so many others, with the Polish-American diaspora in Jersey City, a community which was located near the wharves of Jersey City. Not many others were interested in that neighborhood. It's now been gentrified. When I go to the memorial, I know how much it meant and means to Polonia and Poles throughout the world. It was the first public memorial of such a scale anywhere in the world which clearly stated their name. The British did not want Russia mentioned in the Cenotaph in Gunnersbury Park. That name could not be stated in Poland. In fact, the place named Katyn was removed from the Polish atlas. What the Jersey City Council is acceding to by agreeing to allow a berm which is with bushes 7 feet high, what it is acceding to is concealment of the truth. Concealing the plaques on the plinth of the memorial serves Russia's purposes. I, and not only I, will never be able to visit the memorial cemetery in Katyn, which Poland created, simply because Russia has announced plans to destroy it. The Polish community was gentrified out of what is now Exchange Place. We have been refused an opportunity to meet and present our proposals. The current desire to conceal and revise history, given what Russia is doing in Ukraine, seems like a bizarre nightmare that we are enduring in Jersey City. Your choice is simple and clear.
Thank you. Thank you.
Support historical truth and memory,
Thank you.
or defer to those
Christina.
who
Your
wish to
time is up.
conceal the
Thank you.
truth.
Speaker 5.4. Stan, did he leave? Is Stan here? Next speaker, Edward Liu.
Good evening. I'm sorry to have to follow the last speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the City Council today. My name is Edward Liu. I reside in Jersey City Heights, and I'm a resident in Ward D. I'm here today to introduce the Jersey City Heights Dog Lovers Association, which was formed at the end of July in response to a community meeting on July 20th hosted at the Pershing Field Community Center. At that meeting, Councilman Baggiano, Councilman Saleh, and Mr. Sean Connors, along with other city brass, invited public comment on the issue of adding a dog run to Pershing Field Park. Over 70 residents of Wards C and Ward D turned out, and every attendee spoke like tonight and were given 20 minutes to speak on this issue. It was overwhelming, if not unanimous, support for the creation of a dog park, and we are very grateful for the councilman's interest and support of our needs. The people attending talked about the growing constituency of dog owners in the neighborhood, especially with the boom of pet adoptions during the COVID lockdown, and the need for spaces for dogs to run and exercise off-leash. Others pointed to the vast amounts of underutilized spaces, closed off and gated against the general public for the majority of the year, forcing park goers to set up makeshift volleyball courts, cricket pitches, and soccer goals in the periphery of the two large baseball diamonds. The dog owners emphasized the benefits of socialization not only for their four-legged family members, but also socialization of themselves to meet their neighbors in a civic gathering space. The Jersey City Heights Dog Lovers Association kicked off initially as a Facebook group, and in the past month has grown to over 150 members. Our aim is to support dog parents by building a greater sense of community, and already the group is serving as a hub to meet new dog owners, lift up local service providers and dog-related small businesses, share news and information about animal care, and even mobilize the community to find a lost dog. As we grow, we intend to move beyond social media into real-world person-to-person community building through park cleanup events or amplifying dog census and licensing drives. We intend to be more than a single issue group, but instead hope to be a catalyst for local improvement and civic engagement. And on the issue of dog run for Pershing Field, we hope to be able to provide a voice for our constituency to this council and to our district council. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, 5.6, Brijesh J. Patel. Thought that was Mr. Patel, okay. Not here, Charlene Burke. Charlene, no? Karen Van Open.
Good evening. It's actually Karin. If you were here and you've never been in Jersey City and you were listening to everything that was said tonight, or too much what was said, you'd have the impression that bikes and people on bikes and e-bikes and all of that is the most dangerous thing. And that is actually far from the truth, and it's part of why I'm here. When I saw that the next meeting was on the first day of school, I decided to sign up, specifically because the traffic around schools, nothing seems to ever be done by the city. Things go on as normally, except of course that in many areas, you now have a whole lot of people, buses, cars dropping off children, and the people or the students coming by bike or walk, they just kind of have to meander in the middle of all of that, and it's a very dangerous situation. I walked with my child this morning. He's in middle school. He doesn't like me to go with him to school. I understand that. But I go every now and then just to see what the situation is. And it is kind of frightening how dangerous it is to let your eighth grader go to school by himself. So I'm here to ask you, can you assess the situation around schools? What can be done to, there was talk, for example, about the plaza, like, we need more type of these things, where you have, where you calm down the traffic. That's what we need in Jersey City. And cars are the issue, not the people that walk, not the people that drive a bike. There's way less of us. So I tell my child to please go by the rules, please cross where there's a crossing guard, because if he ever does anything stupid, you can be sure that somebody's going to say, oh, but he did that, and whatever the driver did will, kind of, oh well, the kid did this, and I'm very afraid of, something happened, not just to my child, but to all children. So please look into getting way more traffic guards. And I also would like to know why they need to wear a mask when they're outside on the street. They seem to be the only people that have to do that who work for the city. Thank you.
Next speaker, Nick Zarowski. Zarowski? Got that right? Okay. Good.
Nick Zarowski, Jersey City. Last month, as part of her first statement since her hit and run, Councilwoman DeGeese told us, "I wish I could say more, but my lawyer says I shouldn't, and therefore I can't. And how dare you keep asking?" Sounds nice. It's just not true. She can say anything she'd like to us. She could admit fault. She could apologize. She's choosing not to do that. And the idea that she can't and that her hands are tied is a lie. She is choosing to place her own private interest over the public interest of her constituents. And that is why she must resign. You might ask, well, what about the legal consequences? But if the councilwoman plans to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the court and her constituents, there is no danger in starting right here, right now. As far as I can tell, there are really only two possible reasons she's choosing to stay silent here. The first reason is, of course, that maybe her lawyers just haven't decided what story they're going to use to try to get her out of an obvious felony yet. After all, she can't tell us one story and later contradict herself in court. But why would that be a concern if she plans to tell the truth? The second reason is that maybe her lawyers want to better prepare her to speak in court. After all, things might not go too well for her there if she speaks to the judge with as much disdain in her voice as she had when she spoke to us. The contempt she obviously feels for us was most evident when she said, "Others think that they know everything about an event they took no part in and have become obsessed." Obsessed? Look, maybe hit and runs are a routine enough event for her that she can't believe this many people cared this strongly. But for the rest of us, let me tell you, it's kind of a big deal when one of our elected officials hits a man with her SUV and leaves him in the street. And do we think we know everything about the event? Yeah, pretty much. It's not that deep. Or is she saying that I'm unqualified to talk about this until she hits me with her SUV too? We didn't need to be in her passenger seat at the time of collision to watch the video and see what happened. She hit him. She didn't stop. She didn't even slow down. She just kept going. And the councilwoman mentioned that she's a private person and would like to deal with this privately. And I encourage her to do exactly that by resigning her position as a public official so that she can return to being a private citizen. Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.10, Will Herbert. Will Herbert.
Will Herbert.
Just make sure the mic is with you, Will. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Will Herbert, Jersey City in the Heights area. Okay. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Sorry, I'm looking down. I have to read all this. I want to address the parking issue, specifically in the western area of Jersey City, the Heights, West Side, Greenville, Journal Square area. It's getting worse every month as development continues to speed up. For the record, I'm all for development when it's planned properly and thought out. The issue I have is that lack of thought recently behind finding alleviation for parking using the existing and conforming spaces of redeveloped properties that have or had it. With an obvious push from the state as well as Jersey City and more participation in sustainable solutions like electric vehicles, we need to begin properly addressing the parking issue in any way possible, rather than continuing to ignore it. The ask is to allow homeowners that live on the property, not out-of-state folks who purchase and then move and rent to short-term or transient folks passing through, but people that live on site, the right to apply for some use of their driveway or yard space so that when it's of conforming and acceptable size, that they can apply for some space to park and charge an electric vehicle. There needs to be some sort of acknowledgement by the board at this point as the issue continues to grow under today's development. A quick example of that, my block has 3 new 3-family developments that are underway, similar to mine, and all of them had a driveway, as did mine, prior to the redevelopment approval. All those driveways were struck down by the planning board in exchange to build 3 3-family homes. And what's left are more folks moving in under a restriction that they have nowhere to park. And not everyone is moving in with skateboards and scooters. The number of people that are finding themselves in this situation is growing larger by the month as development continues. The amenable approach I'm asking, again, is if owners have an electric vehicle that they can apply for the allowance and permit use that the previous existing space allows them to park and charge their car. This also can bring an opportunity to the city to generate more revenue if you want to charge us to use our private space. But there's clearly basic parameters to work through, and I'm just asking that the conversation at least be taken seriously, as it seems it's been ignored generally for parking for many, many years. I'm aware we can't solve the dilemma overnight, but as the town wants to reduce cars in the area, at the same time allow more density, we need to recognize that not every resident in Jersey City works a block from their home or across the Hudson, and they need the use of a car on a daily basis. So in closing, I'm just asking for creative ways and discussion to take in consideration of potentially having electric vehicle parking and charging on site for homes that once had properly conforming space, size, or driveways.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, 5.11, Esther Whitner. Next speaker, 5.12, Francis Falchecchio. Next, 5.13, Matthew De Silva. Matthew. 5.14, Manur Dehav, Jadhav. No? Okay. Next, 5.15, Muhammad, last name Elalfy. Next, Adrian Gigana.
It's pronounced Gainda, by the way, but
I'm sorry about that.
it's okay. All right. So I'm Adrian Gainda from Jersey City. Good evening, council members. Tonight, I will be using my time to elevate the voices of the many Jersey City residents who signed the online petition calling for Amy DeGeese to resign. Over 1,300 residents of Jersey City signed that online petition to demand her resignation. Obviously, everyone who signed the petition couldn't be here in the council chambers today because of the constraints of having council meetings resume in the council chambers and for not having a virtual option to allow virtual participation. With that being said, this is the very reason that I'm amplifying these voices. From Joyce, bear with me as I don't have the last names of these residents, but from Joyce, my husband is a cyclist. Every day I worry about whether or not I'll see him again because of the carelessness of others on the road. From Patricia, my father was a victim of a hit-and-run accident. He was left on the side of the road like an animal to die and spent the next 35 years of his life as a quadriplegic. Her behavior is criminal and disgusting. From Yasmin, I believe DeGee shows poor respect for her constituents by leaving the scene of an accident. She must appear in court as a public citizen, not a government official. I believe that the biker in this incident was at fault as well, but to leave the scene of an accident where a human life was at stake shows profoundly poor judgment. From Bridget, the councilwoman had a major responsibility to stop after hitting the cyclist, and as a representative of our community, should be setting an example. This poor judgment and disregard should not be supported. And lastly, from James, I live in Jersey City. I ride a bike. If there are no consequences, it will tell others that this is okay behavior. It's not. It's criminal, and city officials have an even higher responsibility. She made a terrible decision, and there are consequences. While I empathize with the councilwoman for the death threats and other violent threats she received, and do not wish ill on anyone else here, that is where my empathy ends for her. To portray yourself as a victim after 5 hours of public comment last month is the very reason why I signed up to speak tonight. To see the highest holders of office in Jersey City and New Jersey remain complicit with letting the legal process play out is why I'm here. Since the last council meeting, we have yet to see any of the sitting council members, aside from Councilman Solomon and Councilman Gilmore, ask DeGees to resign. Rather, we've seen the many photo ops that are being used as damage control. 3 weeks ago, I stood before this council and said that the public scrutiny will not go away and to stop dragging our city's good name in the mud. Thank you.
5.17, Calvin Rhodes. 5.18, Robert Knapp.
Evening, Council President, all the esteemed members of the Jersey City Council. It is with unpardonable pride that I stand here tonight and state unequivocally, and I'm not the only one stating this, that many, many residents, council members of our fair city stand behind Councilwoman Amy DeGees. I started to say at the last session, and I have to watch the time, my time ran out, that I am a proud father of a daughter, an adult granddaughter, and 2 small great-granddaughters. And it would be, I said to my adult granddaughter, that if only Adriana and Braylon could grow up in the pattern of Amy DeGees as an educator, as a trailblazer for women in our community, and as a human being that I am proud to stand behind. You know, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, I'm upset with many of the media, not just the Jersey Journal. I've been an advocate for the Jersey Journal when they were going to close up, but the media. I would dare to say that folks, criminals who murder, commit homicide, manslaughter, rape, child abuse, do not receive the same type of media that over the last month or several weeks, Councilwoman DeGees has unfairly received. I'm going to end my presentation with some words that I jotted down while I was sitting here tonight, and they most certainly describe Amy DeGees. Fairness, faith, understanding, kindness, love, caring, advocate of hard work, and advocate of us, the people of Jersey City. We stand behind Councilwoman DeGise. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. 5.19, David. .19, if you're following along with the agenda, David is not here. Okay, 5.20, Adam Cohen.
There are a lot for me tonight. So first of all, Council President Waterman, if you'd like to, I'm happy to offer up ways that other cities are funding their affordable housing trust funds. If you'd like, I'm happy to send you an email and we can schedule a conversation. I'm happy to include everybody.
Yeah. Please do, Adam.
Sure. I also want to commend the council for agreeing to live stream council meetings, but I'd like to refer to the letter in item 6.30 from the Journal Square Community Association, one of the largest community or neighborhood associations in the city, which calls not just for a live stream, but a remote participation option for residents. The work is half done, and I hope the city council follows in the footsteps of the planning board and creates a fully remote participation option. I'm also disappointed that item 3.5 was carried, as every day that implementation of these important changes to the zoning code are delayed means that we are delaying the opportunity to create affordable housing, furthering chances that existing Jersey City residents will be priced out. So with that, I do want to address just one other thing, probably the elephant in the room for a lot of us. I want to just discuss Councilperson DeGise's response from the last council meeting, which I also attended, where she claimed that she was the victim in all of this. To hit somebody with your car, drive away, and then refuse to talk about it doesn't make you the victim. Yes, that man ran a red light. He broke the law. Two wrongs don't make a right, and any person of faith would tell you that. Councilperson DeGise, I'm not here to litigate the issues of a hit and run. I think what is more of an affront to the residents of Jersey City is the videos that have come out of you pleading with a Hoboken police officer to not tow your car for 29 unpaid parking tickets and an expired registration, claiming that you were a council person in Jersey City as the reason why your car shouldn't be towed, claiming that you were backed by the Jersey City Police Union as the reason you shouldn't be towed. None of us in this room get to plead with a cop and use our position as a reason why we shouldn't be subject to the laws of the state or of the city that we live in. You don't get special privileges to do that just because you've been elected by people. And had we all known that that was how you were going to operate, I wonder how many people would have voted for you in the first place. When I've been pulled over by a cop before, I have received a ticket and I have pled my case and I have paid my fine. That is what normal people do. They don't attempt to argue out of it because we don't have the privilege of doing that as normal citizens. The fact that you tried to use your position to get out of the fair punishment for failing to pay your tickets is unacceptable.
Thanks, Adam. Next, 5.21, Summit.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sumit Galhotra, and I'm a resident of Ward C. First, I wanted to commend this body for taking the steps to live stream tonight's meeting. I applaud you for helping to make it easier for residents to watch our political process. But your work doesn't end here. In recent weeks and months, over 1,000 residents and community organizations, like the Journal Square Community Association, have sent you letters calling for hybrid council meetings with a remote option for residents to voice their comments. As you know, the burden of childcare, elder care, and other responsibilities falls disproportionately on women, women of color, and queer people. Many residents of Jersey City work multiple jobs. Many among us have accessibility challenges or are immunocompromised. Many don't have the privilege to come here in person for 3+ hours. We should do everything in our power to engage residents in all their diversity to be part of our political process. I ask that you please make the necessary investments to have hybrid meetings so that all residents can have their voice heard. Finally, I'm also joining thousands of residents of Jersey City in calling again for the resignation of Councilperson Amy DeGise. This is no longer solely about a hit and run. This is about someone with a demonstrated pattern of acting like they are above the law. Tonight, the council had to vote on many important issues concerning our safety and well-being. These included the safety of pedestrians, the safety of our children, safe access for cyclists, the dangers posed by ATVs. More issues will come before this body. How can we trust that Councilperson DeGise will advocate for our safety and well-being when she hit a resident of this city and drove away? Councilperson DeGise has lost our trust, and I encourage her to please step down and think about how she can make amends and regain our trust. Thank you.
Five point 22, Ann.
Hi, I'm Nathan Castello. I'm speaking on behalf of Ann.
We
It's
don't
my
do that.
spouse. She was unable to make it.
Sorry.
Okay.
Next speaker, 5.23, Eric. Zinski. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing the name. Not here. Michael, 5.24. 5.25, Daniel Bearer. Daniel's not here. 5.26, Laura Lithgow.
Laura Lithgow. Yeah, my name is Laura Lithgow, and I am a Jersey City resident. Everything that needed to be said about Amy DeGise's hit and run and her abuse of power has been said. People of Jersey City have spoken. I don't have much to add other than asking for her resignation and asking for the other council members and other elected officials who have not yet publicly asked her to resign to do so. I would like to speak to the residents of Hudson County. At many of these government meetings, constituents express their concerns, their opinions, and the decisions they would like their representatives to make. And you have officials like Amy DeGise and company who completely disregard the desires of the people. We are sick and tired of not being heard, but there is nothing that will speak louder than our vote. The elected officials in Hudson County and even the governor have made it more than clear that they do not care. Their only concern is their personal gain, and that is why she will not resign. If our current elected officials will not listen, we have to vote them out. We have to come together and vote in elected officials who will listen, who are going to work in the best interest of the constituents they serve and not their own personal gain. If voting were not important, elected officials would not be trying to suppress voters. There would not be a ballot line that gives a fair advantage to machine candidates, and we would have voting laws that make it possible for every citizen to vote. In a democracy, power is expressed at the ballot box. So I urge every single person that is here to register to vote. Whether you're a Democrat, Independent, Republican, or any other party, I encourage you to register as a Democrat. In this county, it is the Democratic primary in June, not the general elections in November, that determines who your elected representative will be. In order to truly have your vote count, to truly have a say in who will be your next county commissioners, your next legislators, your next Congress member, you must vote in the Democratic primaries in June. It is important that every one of us, just how we have showed up to these council meetings, show up to the ballot box. And you don't have to wait until election day. There's mail-in voting for which you can sign up for when you register. There's also early voting. We have to show up and vote. We don't have to wait until June either. It's time to vote her out. Amy DeGise must be recalled. The power to create change is within our hands. We have to organize and come together as a community and fight for one another. It is time to make our voices heard, whether it is now or on June 6th. And lastly, I want to add that every time I come to one of these meetings, there's a lot of creative solutions to a lot of these issues, but most of them are not profitable. And like I said, personal gain doesn't give the majority of the people that are elected personal gain, and that's why those choices are not being made. So make sure you vote wisely.
Next speaker, Colin, 5.27.
Hi, Council. Colin DeVries, Jersey City. I wanted to share a personal story. We'll see if I can get through it. About the importance of rendering aid after a crash, and why I will not stop calling on Amy DeGeest to resign. When I was 3, I was involved in a deadly crash. My grandmother and I were driving on the interstate near Newburgh, New York, when she experienced a heart attack. The car careened off the highway, hit a berm, and flipped on its roof into a watery ditch. My grandmother was pinned, and I was dangling upside down from a child seat, struggling to keep my head above water. Other drivers saw the crash, and they stopped. They pulled over on the interstate to help. One of those drivers was Floyd Patterson, who was a world heavyweight champion boxer. Floyd was known as the gentleman boxer, despite having a troubled past as a young man. Floyd was an Olympic gold medalist who had great fame and success at the pinnacle of his sport. Still, he stopped. 2 other men, George Chavos and Joseph Radigan, joined him. George was a truck driver who pulled over his big rig to stop and help. You can see the men in this photo here. They're reaching into the car, holding me up above the water until the jaws of life could arrive to help extricate me. If those men had not stopped, I would have died that day alongside my grandmother. This is why I will never stop calling for you to resign, Amy. The hit is one thing. The running is something different entirely. The law on leaving the scene exists because lives are at stake. I will never understand why you didn't stop that day. I will never forget it. You are a council person. Your actions after the crash and your complete lack of humility to this day have been disgraceful and disrespectful to your constituents, which includes me. Let it be clearly stated, you never leave the scene. You could have stepped down right away after the crash, sending a message that that behavior should not be tolerated. You could have then worked to make amends with your constituents, perhaps even one day seek public office again. But you've chosen a different path, and I'm sorry for that. You should resign.
Thank you.
Resign now. Do not wait any
Thank
longer.
you. Next speaker. .28, Robert Limbach. Robert, 5.28. 5.29, Frank Supla.
President Spula is not here today. He asked me to express his regrets, even though he's on the speakers list.
You cannot. You're next, right?
Yes, John Trupp. I live in Ridgewood, New Jersey, and work at the National Office of the Polish American Congress in Washington, D.C. And I applauded the decision in December of 2018 of the Jersey City Council to refuse to move the Katyn Memorial at the request of the Exchange Place Exchange Place Alliance Special Improvement District. That was the correct decision. And of course, the council represents the will of the people of Jersey City. And clearly, it's the will of the people of Jersey City, based on that December 2018 City Council decision to keep the Katyn Memorial in Exchange Place. And that implies, the spirit of that decision clearly implies keeping the monument in full public view. Now the Exchange Place Alliance Special Improvement District, because it did not succeed in moving the Katyn Memorial out of Exchange Place in 2018, now it wants to conceal that monument with new construction. Some would say it wants to bury the monument, prevent the public from seeing the monument in its, seeing the entire monument. And that lowers the monument not only physically, but also lowers it in esteem. And that's not what the Jersey City Council correctly voted for in December of 2018. So I ask the council to stick to the spirit of their correct decision of December 2018 and not to approve this budget that allows for proposed new construction near the monument that'll have the effect of concealing it. The spirit of your decision is very important, and I hope you stick to it.
Next, 5.31, Nathan.
Hey, it's me now. Sorry for trying to take my wife's spot. My name is Nathan Caslow. I'm a resident of Jersey City in Ward B. I'm here to speak tonight to express my concerns about one of our council members, Amy DeGeese, hitting a resident with their vehicle on July 19th, driving away and then not reporting this for several hours. It's not in my nature to come and speak publicly in a forum about something like this, but I'm so troubled by the incident itself and what it highlights about the unsafe nature of our streets, but as well the response and inaction from so many of our elected officials in the aftermath. I love Jersey City. I'm proud to reside here, and I think this community and city is thriving. It's only continued to improve. However, as residents, we deserve so much better. We deserve to have trust and confidence in all of our elected officials. To the rest of the council and the mayor, if you're listening to this, I request that you ask yourselves if this is behavior that is acceptable in someone that you endorse, someone that you call a colleague, take a photo with, call a peer, that you're asking to make choices on behalf of the residents. This speaks extremely poorly on us all, and it's impacting the reputation of Jersey City. I'm suggesting that this council member step down to restore some faith in the community that is rightly continuing to speak out on this issue. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
5.32, Noreen Collins. .33, Megan.
Good evening. My name is Megan Carolyn. I'm a Ward B resident. I actually find myself still a little shaken up from Colin's remarks, actually. And Colin, just thank you for the depth of your sharing tonight. I am the creator of the Change.org petition calling for Councilwoman DeGeese to resign following the release of the footage of her hit and run. I was unable to attend August's meeting. I am very grateful to the dozens of residents that called for her resignation then. And I'm frankly disgusted that we're here again in September to keep having this conversation, that we need to spend another meeting calling for decency, that I am here tonight and not home hearing about the first day of kindergarten or putting my baby to bed because this council cannot stand up for decency for its residents. From the moment I heard about the crash, I was horrified, particularly given that my husband has himself survived being hit by a car here in Jersey City, crossing with the light at SIP and JFK 3 years ago. My family knows the long-term damage of a crash. But I waited to hear details, thinking that no responsible person could have simply left the scene, that this was a rumor and something was lost in translation. So I waited for the video, and then I was livid. We've all seen it. There's no need for the legal process to play out to tell us what we saw. That night, the video came out, walking my sick toddler to sleep. I launched the petition with one hand on my cell phone. I have heard some people in this city suggest that the calls for resignation are political. As the creator of the petition, I can tell you that my motivation is human decency and expecting better of our officials. You need to understand that people are mad. As of this morning, we had 7,157 signatures on the petition, 1,300 signatures from here in Jersey City, another 1,200 from residents elsewhere in New Jersey, from 290 communities in New Jersey, from Absecon to Wyckoff and everywhere in between. People have signed from every single US state and the District of Columbia. People have signed from 60 foreign countries. From France, where Jersey City is trying to cultivate our relationship thanks to Pompidou. And from Poland, where, as you can see, our history of cultural erasure is still haunting us with that community. Jersey City prides itself on our global diversity, but we have become an international laughingstock. I often talk to my 5-year-old about what goes on in our community. I want him to be engaged. I want to help make the community better. And I thought about bringing him here tonight to see the city council, but I don't want him to hear this. I don't want him to know that there are people in this world who would hit someone with their car and keep going. I don't want him to know that they're here in the city where he walks to school. And I don't want him to know that they're making decisions on behalf of his family in this city. You should all be ashamed who have not spoken out.
Thank you. .34, Alexander. 5.34, Alexander, no. Jason Berg, 5.35. 5.36, Fernando.
All right. Well, good evening, Madam Council President, members of the City Council, and ladies and gentlemen. As someone who frequents excellent venues in downtown Jersey City, such as the Ashford, South House, and Barcade, I contribute to the economy of Jersey City, so therefore, this is my currency to speak on matters tonight. The last two months have certainly put the city of Jersey City front and center, and not just local news, but throughout the state and national lens. Plenty of people have opined on the matter concerning Councilwoman DeGise. They come in all shapes, sizes, and intellectual deficiencies. I applaud her for making a statement last month. I've been consistent both online, on social media, and on my weekly shows that I refuse to pile on. I've said let's let the process play itself out in court. Let's see where it goes. I don't pile on because I don't get anything by it. I'm pretty well insulated politically, for those that know me, and more importantly, it just doesn't feel right to do so. I don't do that to people that I know that I respect, and know that they respect me. Tom DeGise and I don't agree on anything politically or even ideologically, but I have his respect and he has mine. The same goes for his daughter. I didn't feel it was appropriate to pile on. I've developed a friendship with Amy, not just as a journalist, but also as a regular person. My parents raised me better than that, than to pile on people. It's clear from the behavior from many online that their parents did a piss poor job. So I said what I said. So be offended. Whether it's perpetual, never-ending campaigners and failed candidates like Chiquitin, aka Hector Seguera, well, I'm sure he's here somewhere, if you can kneel down and look at him eye-to-eye, to left-wing propagandists masquerading as journalists, which is the majority of the liberal cesspool, the establishment here in New Jersey. There's no shortage of these garbage humans from various publications that include Insider NJ, Star Ledger, NJ.com, and NJ Spotlight News. It's amazing to look at their sanctimony and self-righteousness. It's actually kind of funny. Of course, it never fails because that's what they're really good at. And of course, maybe there are members of the city council who are salivating at the thought of collecting a minimum of 25,000 signatures to force a recall. And maybe it's a political agenda, who knows? But after reading several columns from people like Paul Molstein, excellent columnist, talking about cyclists, here's the truth about cyclists. They've become a nuisance, and so have scooter riders. They think they own the road, and they don't. And someone needs to remind them of this. Sure, mayors in Hudson County, and thankfully so, have made ordinances passing with these townships to hold bicyclists more accountable. And I feel more is needed, though. So I ask for everyone tonight to make this nuisance of a population more accountable. Let's write to legislators tonight to make sure that bicyclists and electric scooter riders pay for plates, register their bicycles and or motor scooters, and pay for insurance. Trust me, if this level of accountability comes, you bet that these menaces to the road will get their act together. But here's a spoiler. They don't want that. They want to continue their free reign on the road and have their hissy fits if they're not accommodated. They can all go to hell. Thanks again.
5.37, Michael DeGruccio.
My name is Michael DeGruccio from Jersey City.
Sean? Yeah. I'm trying to get my mic on. I just want everybody to know, let's respect everybody. We don't need no insults. Okay, we're here to hear everybody. So let's don't do that.
Thank you. Donald Trump, that serial destroyer of public trust, once bragged that he could shoot a man on Fifth Avenue and not lose his supporters. Amy DeGise seems set on proving that in this city, she can plow through a bicyclist on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, leave him maimed or dead for all she knows, and continue on as an elected official, collecting a check for her work as my representative. Of the 250,000 people who live in the city, only 7,000 have signed a key petition for DeGise to resign. That fact alone should cause us fear and trembling. I want to be clear about this. This small number of signers is not because citizens of the city condone her behavior. They know what time it is. Every person who loves reason more than power or more than political alliances, every man, woman, and child who knows the golden rule, anyone who has seen the footage of her barreling through a bicyclist and then speeding on, every one of them understands this. Amy DeGise, at this time in her life at least, is not fit to be a representative for ordinary people in this town. Our citizens know this. Those split seconds after the crash, the 6 hours after, the reports about her history of ducking accountability in various ways, and her defensiveness about the pain that this has caused her, which rings louder than her remorse. These are a window into her character. How else do you know someone's character? At least at this point in her life. That window is crystal clear, my friends. She is unfit to make laws and policies in this town. We live in a nation with plummeting public trust in governing bodies. We are a republic wounded by politics of fear, dishonesty, partisan insanity, and privilege. Public confidence in government is the holy of holies in the temple of America. Democracy can only survive if it has the people's confidence. But confidence is a delicate thing, so hard to earn, so easily frittered away, as you're doing right now. Her actions are despicable, but let me tell you what's most troubling. It's the reason I'm here. Only 7,000 people have signed the petition because I believe an overwhelming majority of citizens in the city no longer believe in the accountability of elected officials. That belief has been sapped out of them. Their apathy is a coping mechanism. Their cynicism has come the hard way. They've earned it. They do not think that local officials have their backs or that they genuinely know them or care about them. They can clearly see that there are two sets of rules for two sets of people.
Thank you.
Amy DeGise.
Thank you.
It's time to resign.
Thank you. 5.38, Kenyon DeGruccio.
Hello, Ms. DeGise. My name is Kenan DeGruccio. Hello? Hi, I'd like to meet you. My name is Kenan DeGruccio. I didn't expect to speak tonight. My 16-year-old was going to speak, and he got nervous. He knows the difference between right and wrong. Hello? Are you looking at me? I'm speaking to you. My 16-year-old knows the difference between right and wrong. And when he found out that our friend, Andy Black, had been hit by a driver who then took off and didn't stop to see if he was okay. He cried. We love Andy. We're glad he's alive. But there's no excuse for you to keep on going. You must have known you did something wrong. He's 16, and I don't know how old you are, but you look older than 16 to me. I don't understand why you're still holding public office right now after doing that. If you were someone who was not a person of privilege, you would have been canceled, you would have been fired, you would have at least had other people come in and tell you, you got to step down, all your colleagues here, somebody. Nothing's happened. Why? That's the question my 16-year-old wants to ask you today.
Thank you.
5.39, Ursa DeGrucio.
My name is Gabriel DeGrucio. My brother could not make it today. I'm going to be reading for a friend. My name is Elaine Mentha. Thank you, Gabriel DeGrucio, for sharing this statement from me.
No, excuse me, is he on the list?
Are you on the list?
Yes.
What's your name?
Gabriel. I'm speaking for my brother.
You cannot speak for someone else on the list.
There was
You can't. We have a protocol and rule, okay? Would you let us do what we do? We follow the rules here. That's all. Okay, nobody does, because believe me.
Nobody does. That's the issue, right?
No,
Don't
we just
follow the
don't.
rules here.
Because there's
Is that
a
what
lot
the
of
issue
people.
is?
Listen. We run it a certain way. No one speaks for no one. I understand how you feel. The moment we let one and the other one is not here, then they wants to speak. So we just follow the rules. I understand it, but we follow the rules. Okay? Who's next, Sean?
Next is 5.40, Will
Go ahead.
Vandenberg.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, his name was next. His name was next. That's why I'm telling you. His name was next.
Sir, stop shouting and stop interrupting the meeting. Otherwise, you will be removed.
No, he did not. Go ahead, Sean.
5.40,
That's why we
Will
just follow the
Vandenberg.
rules.
Will Vandenberg?
Excuse me? One thing could you just please, because one thing I won't be disrespected. I follow the rules. That's what I do. Okay? That's just the way it is. We follow the rules.
Will is not here. Gary Murphy, 5.41.
Good evening, Gary Murphy, Jersey City. Live about 100 yards directly behind where you're sitting. I believe it's been 35 years or so since I last spoke at a council meeting, so it's nice to be back. I will try not to wait 35 years before I come again. With that long a delay, I do have a lot to say. I'm going to address 3 topics. I'm going to start with affordable housing. Much has been said tonight already. I do want to thank Councilman Solomon for mentioning a fact that I think a lot of people in Jersey City don't realize, which is those initial towers at Newport had affordable housing components. I think it's important to point out that they didn't just materialize out of thin air. They were built because we had a mayor, Anthony Cucci, a city council headed by a future mayor, Glenn Cunningham, an HED director, Rick Cohen. They all shared a vision of an inclusive city. So when I read, as I did just a week or 2 ago, about 3 more 50-plus story buildings being to be built by the Kushners at Journal Square without a single affordable housing unit, you have failed. You've failed our city. I don't have the expertise that one of the other speakers has, who was here this evening, had about the mechanics of making affordable housing possible. But if we could do it on the waterfront in the 80s, certainly it could be done in Journal Square today.
That's true.
Second topic, I mentioned I live right behind City Hall. My address is Marin Boulevard. When I look out the window, though, I see Columbus Drive. Columbus Drive has recently become the food truck capital of Jersey City, and we need your help. Thank you again, Councilman Solomon. Your staff member sent me the food truck ordinance. When I read that ordinance, I really couldn't disagree with it. The ordinance says every food truck must have a trash receptacle and a recycling receptacle. The ordinance says food truck operation has to stop at 11 o'clock at night. The ordinance says food truck, they're responsible for cleaning an area of 25 feet around their trucks. Those things don't happen, and until they do, we shouldn't be adding more trucks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, 5.42, Margaret McGrath. Margaret. Next speaker, 5.43, Gene Daly.
Oh, good evening. I'm ready. Jean Daly. One thing I just sort of noticed was that tonight they're asking you to state where you were from. Last council meeting, they didn't ask you to do that. And it's very spotty. It seems to be certain times that you ask for that. And both times happened to be when we had to discuss the Exchange Place Alliance budget or something they're doing. So it's something I'm just throwing out there. But speaking of that, why don't we ask where the board members of the Exchange Place Alliance reside or work? I live in Jersey City. Jean Daly. People who are supposed to be on that board of the Exchange Place Alliance, mandatorily, they have to own their business or work for a business or own property in the Exchange Place Alliance SID boundary. They don't. They've all moved on. Why we still have these people here telling us what to do is besides me. And it's against SID law, New Jersey state law. But you guys, like the other person was saying, you get frustrated. No one cares anymore. Does anybody care? Really? I'd love to know. You're doing a disservice to us, the residents of Jersey City, and people who care, because even though the Polish population may not be here, they have a strong connection to this city. They emigrated to this city, busted their tails, and got priced out. There's still 2 Polish people who live in my building, and it's not the greatest building in the world, and they suffer. One of them doesn't even have heat because the landlord won't give it. That's the type of, how people are treated around here, in Paulus Hook, mind you. This whole thing makes me livid. I'm sorry to say, but no, it is going to be a 5.5-foot high back bench. That's my height. I can't look at it. What other monument is constructed that they'd all of a sudden decide to block the front of? They would never do that to Martin Luther King. They would never do it to maybe George Washington, I don't know, but the sentiment nowadays. But they certainly wouldn't do it to certain statues and certain monuments. So why are you going to block the front of this one? It's a danger, it's a hazard. This city needs to wake up and realize it is hazardous and that the Exchange Place Alliance is disconnected with this city. We have to do something about it. There are a number of things that I could say going through this beauty. I know you all have it. They said they're going to have cultural events. In their events, not one single cultural event mentioned. And that's supposed to be one of their goals in the future? Doesn't happen. Thanks. Oh, God.
Next, 5.44, Gary. Right before I was going to say it.
Gary Spingarn, I live in Jersey City. Good evening, council. First, I'd like to thank you for setting up a live stream, but I'd like to reiterate the call to include public participation and comment in the future. Every time I come up on this podium, I think about all the problems we have and the policy instituted by those in power. In the past, we worked with ICE in exchange for blood money. We hound the public school system about waste. Our handouts to developers. We let a car-centric infrastructure seriously injure and kill people constantly. Also, on any given day, with the snap of our fingers, we have extra police detail on the pedestrian mall and here in City Hall. That is not free. Talking about skyrocketing rents, I'm glad to see building, but tenant policy needs to go hand in hand with increasing supply. We need to help our residents with legal assistance against predatory landlords. Even Union City can do that. They're 1/6 the size of us, yet for some reason we can't. Let me unequivocally say that I despise a large network of quid pro quo and horse trading. I despise the public policy that is produced. I am here yet again to call on Council at Large Amy DeGise to resign. Speaking of legal process, it carries the promise, one that's constantly broken, of the best possible defense. Your positions are a privilege. The evidence has been laid bare. Reckless disregard and a pattern of political power play. We have so many problems, yet we need to come back to this one. This problem right here, right now. To resign is to offer the bare minimum and accountability. The greed, not in the financial sense, but in the sense of power is insatiable by a whole network in Hudson County. Grabbing power by acting with impunity, no matter the circumstance, and fighting so hard to keep this dynamic. I say not today, not anymore. If we do not stand for this, the smallest shred of accountability, we stand for nothing. We will not go away. Resign. Thank you.
Thank you.
5.45, Gosworth Horwit. 5.45, Gasso. 5.46, Mwanda, last name Korleh. Next, 5.47, Kurt.
It's Kurt Sowie.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kurt Sowie, and I'm a resident of Ward B. I'm here again tonight to call for the resignation of Councilmember Amy DeGise and to thank council members Gilmore and Solomon for doing the same. Like so many others, I was shocked and appalled to see Councilmember DeGise flee the scene of an accident without checking on the person she hit. At the last council meeting, we heard from parents and members of the community about the pain and trauma vehicular violence can cause. To see a hit and run committed by one of our elected officials is upsetting, and Jersey City residents deserve better. After the last meeting, you portrayed yourself as the victim. All of us condemn the threats of violence he received. The frustration is when you use these comments from certain individuals to discredit nearly 5 hours of public testimony from genuinely concerned citizens. The last thing I want to mention is that there's a lot at stake right now in our country. Our trust in our institutions is under attack. Councilmember DeGise, you were chair of the HCDO while the Democratic Party was making its case in one of the most important presidential elections in our lifetimes. This was against a candidate who openly lied about the press, attacked them as unfair, and challenged their integrity without evidence. To now see you and other members of your political circle attack the free press in the same way is shameful, hypocritical, and most importantly, dangerous. So I am again here today to ask that you resign. You can still do the things for the community that you care about. You can do that as a private citizen. And I want to share comment from Tanya Trippiewicz, who cannot be here. As a disabled person, the in-person council meetings have put me and others like me in a position of inaccessibility to council meetings until remote options for comment are restored. Amy DeGise should resign for many reasons, but to me, the wanton disregard for human life is at the top of that list. To have trust in our political process is to feel that civil servants are serving their constituents. While Amy has led some initiatives of note in Jersey City, her actions on that day of notoriety overshadow any other contributions made before and after the accident. This issue has been exacerbated by her statements at the last council meeting in which she painted herself as the victim of her own hit and run. None of Amy's issues with threats and negative attention would have happened had she simply stopped her car to check to see if she had killed that man. Instead, she chose to flee the scene and to this day refuses to accept any responsibility up to and including an apology to her victim and the constituents of Jersey City. Step down, Amy, focus on you, build your strength back up, apologize, and go live the potential life you're deserving of. Thank you for hearing these words. Tanya Trippiewicz.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Patricia.
Hi, Patricia Waiters. Surprise, Amy. I'm not here to say nothing but I forgive you. I forgive you and I forgive your dad. I sat here behind your dad the last meeting and it took every ounce of energy in me to withhold from coming up here speaking negative against you. I was raised to forgive and forget. If God gave his son, we already paid for our sins. All you had to do was apologize. And I'm asking you again, 15 years of me reaching out to your dad, okay? I even reached out to you and you ignored me intentionally. And it's scary because see, that falls with power, control, and disrespect. So with these people coming up here speaking, I lived it already. When you cried and talked about how you was targeted, I did that, me and my family, at the hands of your father. And I still forgive y'all to this day. I sat here 5 hours and couldn't get it out. But when the meeting was over and you spoke and you said that you was a victim, that boy got hurt crossing the road. I got to meet him. I was hurt. My pension, everything taken away from me at the hands of your dad. And it bothers me because an apple don't fall too far from the tree because I reached out to you for 3 years when I was on the Democratic committee. The politics in this town got to stop. Our question tonight is not which one of you voted against her. It's not about her. Because if that's the case, you should have more people in here. Amy, you not the first one made the front page of the paper, baby. I sat right here, and I'm seeing some of the same faces, and you know that when Robert Burns was sitting there. I know the game, and sometimes it's our family and friends that's a part of that game. But tonight it's about accountability and trust. And Amy, just do me this favor. Admit to your wrongdoing, and you can still sit up there with pride and serve this community with respect if that's what you have in your heart. Just ask for forgiveness because you don't want me to go with my list of Hudson County people that's still on the payroll that made the front page of the paper. So change come with votes. People got to, all of these people that's awake tonight, I'm going to see how much awake they are in the next couple of months or so. It's about responsibility. Just take responsibility, apologize, I forgive you, and I know God forgive you. Okay? Thank you so much, guys. I just want to wrap this up to share this experience. In spite of what happened to me and my family, God have blessed me, okay, to come up here and be a woman and forgive. No disrespect to none of you. I will never disrespect you. But Miss Waterman, you was absolutely right. I sat here 5 hours and they didn't let me cut in front of nobody. And I had number 295. Kudos to your professionalism. I always had nothing but respect for you. Thank you, Council President. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Hey folks, Alex Gillette, Jersey City resident for 4 years. There's been a lot of talk about the kids. So, you know, once my friend Gabriel over there was silenced from reading a letter on behalf of his brother, who was reading a letter on behalf of a gentleman named Alan Mentha, I figured, hey, why not just read that letter for Alan? So here it goes. I have not recited this. My name's Alan Mentha. Thank you, Gabriel DeGruccio, for sharing this statement for me, as I am too ill with cancer to deliver it myself. I'm a devoted Jersey City citizen, an elected committeeman in Ward B, and co-founder of Welcome Home Jersey City, which supports refugees who are resettled here. Frankly, I'm shocked that Amy DeGise hasn't resigned. I'm more shocked that Mayor Fulop and his allies on the city council haven't demanded it. Where's your moral integrity? Amy DeGise needs to leave now. We've all seen the video footage of the collision and since learned about her grotesque sense of entitlement. We do not need to wait for any court rulings. She does neither. Amy DeGise, you are bringing dishonor to our city. You're a distraction, and the time to resign is now. What's going to happen in court? Is somebody going to rule that it was somehow not her fault for not stopping to help the poor guy that she had hit? Amy has no business representing us. I've spent the better part of the last 10 years trying to help people who have fled for their lives for fear of death. Now I myself am dying of cancer, and I just want to see integrity where I live one last time. That's on behalf of Alan. Now I've just got a couple words that I'd like to share with my remaining time. I just posted the thread on Twitter on Fulop's last message for anybody who hasn't seen it, but I couldn't be here last week on time, missed my speaking spot. I'm sorry, last meeting on time. A good friend of mine growing up in San Francisco was running across the street, 19th Avenue in San Francisco in the Sunset District to catch a bus. We were on the other side of the street. He got hit by a car pretty hard, flew 40 feet in the air, landed in the gutter next to us. 19-year-old kid. That driver stopped. That driver was an EMT. That driver saved his life. He was in a coma for weeks. I just struggled to wonder what would have happened if he would have kept going. My friend Mauricio would not be here today. Thankfully, he is. And that's the point I want to make. We keep talking about children, right? I don't know what Mr. Knapp teaches his kids, but when I have kids someday, I'm going to teach my kids what you do has consequences. Mistakes you make, you own up to those mistakes, right? I think we can all agree on that here. And if you cannot learn from those consequences, then there needs to be punishment, right? I think Amy needs to hold herself accountable. I think the rest of the committee members here need to hold your fellow representative at large responsible, because it's making you all look terrible and distrusting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
$5.50, Andres Burkhart.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Mrs. President, and ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Andrzej Burkhardt, and I have been serving for years as president of the New Jersey division of the Polish American Congress, as well as vice president of the Coalition of Polish Americans, a nationwide organization, and I'm speaking on their behalf. I have spoken to you from this spot several times already, asking you to not approve the reconstruction plans as proposed by Exchange Place Association Special Improvement District. I was trying to convey arguments of emotional, moral, educational, and historical nature. All of them seem to have been disregarded, just as arguments of aesthetic, public safety, inclusion, exclusion. We heard about it. Inclusion City today, right? Inclusion, exclusion, or even economic nature. So I'm not going to be redundant and repeat them again, assuming that you heard them all and remember. Exchange Place is a beautiful place as is and does not need major reconstruction, embankments, ramparts, or dividers. Perhaps only some greenery, a few flower beds or small benches, and perhaps more vigorous enforcement of vehicular access and traffic restrictions. We only know the plans of the Exchange Place reconstruction as they were submitted to Jersey City Planning Board on April 14th this year. We do not know if EPA-SID is going to adhere to these plans. But unfortunately, looking at the presented bird's eye view, computer renderings illustrating these plans brings in images of Stalin's death pits, mass graves to which the bodies of the Polish prisoners of war murdered in Katyn were thrown. The memorial seems to be placed on the bottom of such a death pit erected around it. So my appeal is to you, council members, do not allow to bury the Katyn memorial in a similar Katyn style Stalin's death pit. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Next, 5.51, Kevin Bing.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Sean. Kevin Bing, Jersey City resident. I am here, like many others, to call on Councilperson Amy DeGise to resign. Ever since the unfortunate incident, which those of you who are not familiar with the facts of the case, you can simply Google Amy DeGise hit and run and see everything that you need to know about what occurred and why these people are out here tonight. I have a list of questions. Amy, you've been very quiet. You haven't really spoke to the press or the public at all. And I know your constituents have a lot of questions, so I wanted to come out here and just take the temperature and kind of review all of the questions I've asked myself and that the public has asked since the event. So first question, and these are by no means rhetorical. You are welcome to answer in any way or capacity you choose. But the first question is, why haven't you apologized for hitting a cyclist and leaving him dead in the street? Did you abuse alcohol or drugs prior to the crash? Why did you have a spokesman claim that you hit your head when your Nissan Rogue hit a delivery cyclist? Was that a lie, or was the purpose of that statement to absolve you of responsibility? Why did it take you 6 hours to turn yourself in for a crime that you committed? During those 6 hours, did someone tell you that there was footage of a crash or that you had been identified in the crime? The video of the crash has millions of views online, and you've been denounced by both celebrities and your constituents. Do you still think that you can do your job given this level of scandal? Do you think your constituents would have behaved the same way, or your colleagues on city council would have behaved the same way if they had struck a cyclist? If someone was having a heart attack on the street in front of City Hall, would you call 911 or would you wait 6 hours? If you were struck by a driver while walking or riding your bike, would you want that driver to stop and render aid? You've refused to speak on this topic because you say that you have pending legal matters. Do you feel your obligations to traffic court are more important than your obligations to the city of Jersey City? Do you think your constituents will forgive you for this behavior? Do you think people should be forgiven if they've never taken responsibility or sought forgiveness? Do you have any plan to redeem yourself in the public eye? Do you think you've handled this public relations crisis well? Do you plan on running for office ever again? There are 7,000 people that signed a petition calling for you to resign. What are they missing? What don't they see in this picture? You have said you won't resign. Are there any crimes that should cause a city council person to resign? Last November, you used your position on city council to avoid getting your car towed for being unregistered. You said that you're going to call John Allen in the mayor's office. Do you think that officer felt threatened when you made that statement and invoked your position on city council? Thanks, Kev. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
.52, Elizabeth.
Hello. I'm here as a cyclist. I'm here as a parent of a 6-year-old child. And I'm here to voice my disgust at the behavior of Amy DeGise. Quite frankly, leaving the scene of an accident is disgusting and it's immoral. That person could have been gravely injured. That person could have died. That person could have been me. Every day I leave for work, I leave a 6-year-old boy at home. And with behavior like this from our city officials, how does he know that his mother is coming home alive? That she won't be left on the sidewalk injured? I just am appalled by the lack of gumption of voice in this city council to denounce a basic immoral act. It's horrifying.
It's disgusting. I hope that whatever is going on with you, that you solve this, that you fix it, but you should not be leading the city. Leaders should be held to a basic standard of morality and decency to render aid to people that are injured in their the footage of the crash just absolutely shook me to my core, and I simply ask that the city council do the right thing and denounce this behavior in our leadership. Our city should not have leaders who behave this way. I hope that, I don't know what else to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, 5.53, Susan.
Zana Mazurchik, Red Bank, New Jersey. I represent the Committee for the Conservation of the Cotton Monument and Historic Objects. I did speak earlier. I wasn't sure if I spoke well enough. Just want to reiterate, I thank you all again for your attention to all the concerns of the public. I know it's a very passionate and emotional night for many people. And just want to thank you for your attention to try to address the many concerns and varied concerns. Just want to reiterate the concerns we have regarding the Exchange Place Plaza renovation as it affects the Cotton Monument. You've heard before, but in case anything was missed in my presentation, just safety issues, accessibility and visibility with the current design as has been last presented. Again, we've been verbally told that there are changes that have been made or that can be adjusted during construction process, and I understand the reluctance of the SID during this litigation period. Perhaps don't want to speak about any of those details in the public, but I hope that they will discuss and review them with you and adjust them so that the space is more flexible. I appreciate that maybe it was intended to provide a place of reflection and give privacy, but I think given the many varied needs and ongoing changing needs of residents and people that come here to use the space and will be using the space, a most flexible design would be the most fitting for the long-term duration. And the second access point is a primary provision for that Mr. DeMarco had mentioned he would be willing to incorporate, but again, has not been stated anywhere that the public has really been able to see. So I hope that that can be reviewed with you folks. And also measures for proper conservatorship measures regarding the statue that is commonly done to monuments. I understand that it doesn't always get done, but I've spoken to a conservator and she said they have done work for the city before. So I hope that can be addressed, and our organization is willing to help do fundraising if need be to make these kinds of measures taken care of properly. We just want all the work that's put into this and the funds to be spent properly and not have something regretted later that they want to open it up later. If you can, whatever you can do to get it incorporated during the current process is appreciated. Thank you.
.54, Joseph Menendez. Joseph. 5.55, Victoria.
Come on, Mother.
Keeping everybody up. This is more than I expected. To back out of here, you know. They're all very good things, but just remember that God forgave. So people make mistakes. Unfortunately, they seem horrendous to the person that's hurt and that sort of thing. But I'm sure this girl didn't mean it. She might have, you know, been thinking of something wrong or whatever it was. God forgave, so let us forgive her and hope that she's a young person, I imagine, so give her a chance to renew her life, okay? And give us, the Polish people, a chance to see the statue in its full glory, because I've been here day after day when the meetings were on and tried to do my part on it, but I think whether I spoiled it for my daughter and the people, I don't know. But I do feel that it's a wonderful place to have people learn that is more to just to a figure like that. It's showing that there's things that happen in the world that are really, really bad, like what this girl did and what the Russians did to those people who were killed, and they never got home to their families and their children, and they were sacrificed for what? For freedom, like we're always looking for ourselves for freedom. So please keep that in mind when you're talking about the statue. You don't want to hide it in back of some kind of, what is it, seats that kids will sit there and take their drugs that they're getting now. Our state says, oh, it's legal to take it. And then on the other hand, they're telling you, oh, if you have problems with drinking or this, please call us here and here. We'll help you. Yeah, we'll help you. You'll give us money and we're going to make it better. You get some more drugs. So don't let the state, this governor of ours went ahead. Now I understand he wants to run for president in 2 years. Are you kidding? Keep him out of there. Let him have all the drugs he wants so he can go cuckoo himself.
Thank you, Mother. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You never know what Mom's going to say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all of you, but giving me the chance to speak up. I'm only 90-something, so take it easy on me.
Thank you.
5.56, Tad Drossett. Tad? No. 5.57, Raphael Wakefield.
Hello, once again.
Hello.
I'm Raphael Wakefield. I live in Jersey City, Ward B. And once again, Amy DeGeese, I'm calling for you to resign. Your refusal to resign after your hit and run is an ongoing embarrassment. The fact that the governor and mayor and most of this council has been unwilling to condemn it does not offer any defense. It only implicates them in your unethical behavior. Once again, you should resign. That's good advice. It's not a personal attack. But I do agree with one thing that Mr. Robert Knapp said in your defense. He said he stands behind you, Amy DeGeese, because that's pretty wise. I wouldn't want to stand in front of you, you know, seems unsafe. And as far as this meeting itself, you know, I want to echo what others have said about hybrid format. This is sort of turning into a circus format where we come up and we say what we all know is true, and you pretend to listen. And it's taking a significant amount of time out of our lives, stretching way into the night. And it's just this in itself is undemocratic. The fact that this is allowed to take up so much time because you will not do the right thing and resign. We should have hybrid meetings, but also you should resign. Thank you.
Thank you.
5.58, Taryn. 5.58, Taryn. 5.59, Eric Connor. 5.60, Brian Sullivan. 5.61, Christopher Lamb. 5.62, Michael D. Gricio. Michael's not here. 5.63, Rosita McGovern.
Yes, good evening. I'm Rosita McGovern, born and raised in this great city of ours, Jersey City, and I continue to do so. Good evening to all members of the Jersey City Council and fellow residents. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to publicly share my views/affirmations regarding our councilwoman at large, Amy DeGise. Clearly, in her short tenure holding this position, she has committed no, and I repeat, no wrongdoing in this capacity as councilwoman at large. These ill-mannered protesters do not cease to attempt to tarnish Amy's name and persecute her as if she was ready to be marched to the guillotine. These vulgar manifestations, public outcries, verbally abusive articles / death threat scripts all need to end stat immediately. This council needs to focus on those priorities / agenda that warrant immediate attention and allow the court to determine the outcome of Amy's case. Not here, not in the tabloids, newspapers, and/or other media outlets. I've witnessed firsthand what positive and good actions Amy has taken to benefit her constituents, always work in the best interest on issues affecting her community. Focus on what Amy contributes to this council and continue to do so, and her role as councilwoman at large in this great city of ours, led by Mayor Fulop and the council, that she was elected to serve on, be part of while making decisions in unity and not the division that these rioters are provoking other citizens to partake in. Support Amy. Let's use our language and strength to promote pride in a city government and not divide. Only God can judge and the courts will decide. Lastly, put an end to this divisive culture created and fostered by those who enjoy highly politicized negativity and cynicism. Stop stirring up anger and outrage. Leave the microscopic examinations to the science lab. Amy, use your weapons of faith, hope, and truth against Goliath. With these 3 stones, you will be victorious. Stay strong, Amy, and hold your head up high. And Councilman, oh my God. Oh my.
Which one you want?
This one here. Oh my God. Yes, yes. My mind just blew. Okay. I just want to share with you that I measure in at 5 feet, 1.5 inches. And as a short person, just beware that we may lack in height, but what we do, we gain in might. Stay strong, Amy. Keep fighting. And many of our constituents in Ward A, they echo my sentiments and they wish they could be here. So stay strong. They stand not only behind you, but beside you. Stay strong, Amy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.64, Taylor Allen. 5.65, Nicole Jones. 5.66, Osbert O'Dunder.
'It's Osbert Orduña and
Sorry.
no Summit.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Good evening, Council President and Council members. My name is Osbert Orduña. I am proud to share that I'm a first-generation Latino, born and raised in public housing. I'm a 9/11 first responder, a U.S. Marine Iraq War disabled veteran, and I am the founder of the Cannabis Place 420 Corp. A little bit about my cannabis background. I am the National Cannabis Industry Association's Equity Scholar. I'll be in Washington, D.C. lobbying next week. I serve on the co-chair of the National Hispanic Cannabis Council Tri-State Chapter, and I'm also on the advisory board for the Cornell University Cannabis Workforce Initiative. My business, the Cannabis Place 420 Corp., is a New Jersey State certified minority business enterprise, and we are item number 1029 on the agenda. We are here seeking a resolution to grant municipal support of our application to the state. Tonight, if approved, we'll be making history here tonight together, as we'll be the first Latino and disabled veteran-owned dispensary applicant to successfully complete the entire Jersey City Cannabis Class 5 approval process. In addition to that, I am also very proud to say that we will be one step closer to being the first dispensary in the nation to launch as a union dispensary shop. Since January of this year, the Cannabis Place 420 Corp. has already made over $85,000 worth of donations to several Jersey City-based community organizations. At this week's caucus meeting, the Jersey City Law Department gave an excellent presentation regarding what must be in community impact MOUs to ensure that cannabis businesses who are trying to come to Jersey City are actually being held accountable for giving back to the people and the communities that have been most impacted by prohibition. It's in substantive ways that will bring positive changes for Jersey City. At the Cannabis Place 420 Corp., our MOUs are clear, and they detail nearly $100,000 worth of additional commitments that the Cannabis Place has made to multiple Jersey City organizations for impactful measures like providing no-cost expungements, workforce development, the creation of new permanent cannabis union jobs, the sponsoring of union trade apprenticeship programs, supporting the Critical Messengers violence interruption programs, and support of neighborhood associations that are in the streets bringing help and change for those in need. It is specifically because of our track record of commitment that goes above and beyond the requirements and that exceed expectations that we are requesting that the Jersey City Council consider exercising their right to provide the designation of municipal preference so that the city can stand behind those cannabis businesses that have demonstrated through their actions that they are most committed to Jersey City and to its communities. If anyone in the room is interested in applying for a union bud tender position for a true cannabis career opportunity at a dispensary, please see me after this meeting. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next, 5.67, Carolyn Rummel.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Rummel, and I've lived in Jersey City since 1986. I currently live in Ward E. And I'm a little bit annoyed that I have to come back here today and argue for the resignation of Amy DeGise. I thought at the last meeting, it was pretty clear that everybody thought that she should resign, and it was decisive and overwhelming. And so it's annoying that nothing has happened since that time. The multitude of examples of the things that she has done abusing her power and her position are reason enough for her to step down. But once again, she's using her position, her connections, her political connections, she's using to avoid taking responsibility. This is what got her in trouble in the first place. So I have to ask, has she learned anything from this experience? It doesn't seem so. It's more stonewalling, and I think it has to stop. But the onus isn't just on her. I think my daughter gave me this quote: the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. And I think Mayor Fulop and the members of the City Council who have remained silent during this whole issue brings the truth of that statement. They refuse to take any kind of a position on that, holding on to their own political power rather than standing up for what's right. And I have to ask, if they won't take a stand on something as simple and clear as this issue, then what are they going to do when the issue is much more dangerous or much more, the stakes are higher? The silence is cowardice, but it speaks volumes. I commend council members James Solomon and Frank Gilmore for taking position on this, and I think that they are the only two on the council who have the principles and the backbones that we need in Jersey City, so I commend them for that. I think that Amy is just unfit to lead in Jersey City, and she doesn't represent the people of Jersey City. So again, the people have spoken here tonight, so when are you going to listen? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, 5.68, Hector Ogazera. If I mispronounce your name, I'm sorry.
It's Oseguera, and I totally forgive you. I have a lifetime of this happening, so I forgive you. But appreciate it. Thank you. Members of the council, I'm here to say something that we all know to be true. Had Councilwoman Amy DeGise been hit by a car and left in the streets, certainly the person would have been brought to justice by now. The justice would have been swift and there would have been no equivocation. The people who have spoken on your behalf would be saying the exact opposite. What we see going on here today is unfortunately an example of what we see happen too often in Jersey City and across the state of New Jersey. It's political corruption. Someone's able to use their connections, their powerful friends to get themselves out of trouble, to escape accountability. We saw, even if we were to indulge your statement that you can't speak on an ongoing legal issue, nothing prevents you from speaking on the influence peddling that we all saw in Hoboken. Us, who are normal people in this world, don't get to call friends in the mayor's office like John Allen to get us out of having our car towed. We don't get to live in affordable housing while making much more than the income caps. We have to live like normal people, making ends meet how we can. What really brought me here today, though I was not able to speak last time, is the statement that you made at the end of last council meeting, portraying yourself as a victim, saying that people have become obsessed, indicating that maybe this is because you're a woman. The fact of the matter is that you're not the victim of this incident. You're in fact the perpetrator of a heinous and immoral act. You left your constituent on the street. He could have been dead for all you know, but you left and you have failed to ask for forgiveness or seek accountability. It's true that God forgives, but God forgives those who ask for forgiveness, not those who callously walk away, act entitled, and seek to escape all accountability. And in a way, I don't blame you, because everything in this political system would lead you and anybody else to believe that you will escape accountability, that nothing will be done because this is just how things go here in Hudson County. What I can say to you is that this won't go away. The people who are speaking tonight, they'll be back next meeting and the meeting after that. And should you fail to resign, you will face a recall. You will continue to drag Jersey City through the mud, and the public calls for resignation will not end. There are other incidents that have not yet come to light that you know about and that others know about. They are coming, and honestly, you should do the right thing and resign before Jersey City has to face any more of this disgrace. Thank you.
Thank you.
5.69, Chris Gatson.
Thank you. All right, good night. Good evening, everyone. I just have a couple of things to say, and 3 minutes is never enough time. But I do want to just start off by saying that please, beginning next council meeting, please allow for hybrid meetings. The city, Jersey City Board of Education does it both for its caucus and for its board's meetings. And if we can move towards just having the council meetings being hybrid, that would be a huge blessing. I also got personal issues. Back when I sat on city council, West Side, NJCU development was very much center. With Jersey City, NJCU in the financial situation that it is in right now, we did give abatements and everything else to that particular region. Not only do we need to audit and look at, the financial situation that's at NJCU, but we need to look at what's going on, because we did give tax breaks, whatever, to that particular area, and we need to see if that's sustainable down there on, the west side. Also have just, I guess, personal opinions about, we were just engaged inside of a ward fight. with that ward map. The ward map is disgusting, detestable, and everything else like that. But I still want to know, how could a mayor basically say that he was for a 60-day extension, and then later on, we find city council approving $100,000, whatever, and fighting illegal to fighting that. And I thought that whatever the ward commission, whether an autonomous agency, they should be footing their own bill and paying their own costs to fight litigation inside of court. And I just find it kind of crazy, whatever, that they use their money, whatever like that. Or the city, you justified using the city money like that. The last thing, I mean, I don't want to echo everything else that has been said about Councilwoman DeGise. I do believe whatever that she does need to resign, and for a lot of reasons, you know, just because number one, you know, it just shows for accountability. But I am going to step back a little bit and say that I do detest any type of violence, any type of text, and all the rest of that stuff that she has endured. And it's quite evidenced by the police presence tonight, whatever that's here tonight, that somebody should have found the person already. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody should have actually caught the person, you know, because 2 council meetings, we've had this level of engagement, all right? And so we need to get down to the bottom of that. But I just like to echo to say that if it's Councilman Gilmore, Phil Zabisky, and everybody else would have been all inside of the newspaper. I remember last election cycle, James Solomon had a bulletproof vest. They was asking him whatever to step down and not run. We understand the politics inside of Jersey City, and all we ask,
Thanks, Chris.
Politics not to be at play right now. Thanks.
Thank you. 5.70, Ray Schwartz. Ray. 5.71. Ezekiel Santelis. Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ezekiel. Santelises. Spell it?
No, I'm good. Good. Thank you.
Again, I'm a New York City resident. I'm also a United States Marine Corps veteran. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Cannabis Place 420 Corp. And we're here looking for support of the local populace for the resolution. As you heard before in our previous statements, what other places saying they're going to actually help the community? I haven't heard not one, all right? Who else is speaking from the ground instead of from their words, reading from their phones? Not one person. I haven't seen not one of them. You look around the nation. You guys could actually be the first to actually support somebody of color, minority. Or you guys could just stay silent like you did all night, which is everybody's prerogative, right? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I didn't know what was going on there for a second. 5.72, Roger Martin. 5.73, Ryan. Okay, Ryan. There you go.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Ryan. I've lived here in downtown Jersey City for about 6 years now. And I'm going to keep things brief because I know we're getting a little tired and it's getting late. But I'm going to echo what I think a lot of people have already said, that Councilwoman Amy DeGise should resign. And I'll just start by saying, look, hit and run is a callous act. Whatever caused this collision, stopping to make sure no one was hurt is not only required by law, but it's the moral thing to do. And our public servants should be held to not the bare minimum, the law, but to our higher standard, should show what it is to be a good moral leader. And the fact that that didn't happen is wrong. The second piece I'll say is this event is just a clear abuse of office. Even before taking her oath of office, Councilperson DeGise tried to use her status as a councilperson-elect, her political connections, endorsements from police to avoid responsibility for failing to register for vehicles, parking illegally. This is the definition of abuse of power, and it just shouldn't stand. You on the council should not let this type of thing stand. On a broader policy note, I know this council has endorsed the ideas of Vision Zero, this great idea that we won't have any more accidents on our streets from traffic violence. And how can we expect Councilperson DeGise to be trusted to legislate rationally, proactively, smartly on a topic that she's demonstrated she has no interest in and has even abused herself? And finally, there's just this ethical issue here that, like, look, the cyclist that Councilperson DeGise hit, Andrew Black, he admitted to running a red light. Running a red light is a traffic violation. You get a ticket for that. A hit and run is a crime, and it should be treated by this council as such. The fact that, you know, our public figures are supposed to uphold a higher ethical standard. Councilperson DeGise's continuing failure to take responsibility for her actions shows a disqualifying indifference towards ethical conduct. We deserve better from our public servants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, 5.74, Khalid Ahmed.
Good evening. Thank you, Jersey City Council, for having me. I am here to support the resolution of 22-573, the cannabis place. My name is Khaled. I am a minority. I am a person of color. I am of Muslim faith. Grew up in Paterson, New Jersey, an economic impact zone just like Jersey City, a city that has suffered its fair share from the failed war on drugs. At the age of 18, due to a stop and frisk solely based on the color of my skin, I was cited, for having a single personal use of dime bag cannabis. I didn't know at the time, but it later catapulted to me having a very difficult time finding employment after spending $70,000 on a college education. I had no choice but to go through the lengthy and expensive process of having my record expunged so I could find a job. After a year, my record was finally expunged. I was able to find a meaningful employment opportunity in the cannabis industry for 5 years and counting, only because my record was expunged. Being in the cannabis industry, I worked my way up from the very bottom as a cannabis trimmer at a cultivation facility to becoming a general manager of a medical dispensary here in New Jersey, which later converted to adult use. I am firsthand proof of the life-changing opportunity that is at hand. The Cannabis Place 420 Corp. has provided me with the opportunity to join the mission and devote my experience here in the community of Jersey City to help make a real change. I will be the general manager of the Cannabis Place. My time in the cannabis industry brings an extensive understanding of compliance, regulation, diversity and inclusion, and the adult use market. Cannabis Place has proven to make good on their promises on numerous occasions, not only with the hiring of a person of color to be the general manager, but together with the Cannabis Place, Razabada Insights, the FCW Union, and many others, we will lead by example for all of Jersey City to see how a compliant and safe operation is run and what meaningful union career opportunities look like. We will serve as a committed partner to serve local organizations devoted to the advancement of Jersey City and its residents. Thank you. Sorry for the nervousness.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you.
5.75, Ernest Walker.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about something I've talked about since May. I'm glad to have heard about Ordinance 22-070 and the amendment to it. Hopefully that'll save lives. But this morning and is the first day of school, and I see already that it's going to be a problem with the parking and the way people park up in Ward A. My name is Ernest Walker, Jersey City. And already I saw a young lady pushing a baby stroller down the street with a child in her hand, taking her to school, and she has to walk into the street to get back to the sidewalk. 116 Armstrong got a car on the sidewalk there that's got it as though it's legal and authorized parking on the sidewalk, been there for over a month. Nobody did nothing. I come down here tonight And all of a sudden, I'm at 5:45 at night, I see parking authority driving around. Got somebody on the corner, giving them a ticket. Up there, Ward A, nobody drives around nowhere up there to give nobody tickets. I hope you enforce some of these ordinances that you're putting in place today, because those old ordinances seem like they're not working. You know, you got illegal parking on the sidewalk. You got the car parked on the sidewalk, and the car parked on the street is in an illegal parking space. So now you got it all tight. It's going to snow soon. What are you going to do? These cars are all on the sidewalk. All right. There's another problem. Garbage. I thought we had an ordinance about garbage goes out after 5 o'clock in the evening. People putting garbage out 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You got to smell that stuff all day. Where's NID? You know, nobody does anything for Ward A area. Armstrong, Woodlawn, Van Cleef, Rose. It's atrocious up there. It's terrible. Nobody comes up there to do anything. You got to make a call. You call the police department. What's your name? What? I'm calling in the noise ordinance. Why you need my name? You know, I'm calling in a car parked in the crosswalk. Why you need my name? It's illegal. Why isn't parking authority getting paid? They're getting paid to do that job. Why aren't they doing that job? You know, it's like I say, y'all got to enforce them. You put them out there, enforce them. You know, don't sit back. Thank you.
Next, 5.76, Dennis Febo.
My name is Dennis Febo. I'm the founder and CEO of Westside Insights, a Warrior Insights, Health and Educational Services. We've been in business in Hudson County for the past 10 years, where we serviced thousands of disadvantaged community members found either behind the walls, adults in Hudson Corrections, as we run reintegration, or with our juveniles involved with the justice system. For the past 10 years, we've been trying to advocate for resources for our youth in the community and each ward, because we get referrals from around the whole city and Hudson County. Many of the people that I've worked with have been impacted by the cannabis laws, and for all that have been affected and what the law said and all of the efforts that the state had to put through in order for the legalization to occur. For the first hand, I felt a little bit relieved as a person of color that the laws were geared towards providing that effort towards people of color in the state of New Jersey. But as these laws and these rules have been written out and who's been granted licenses, we see that whatever was stated as justice for people who were impacted, specifically Black and brown people in the state of New Jersey. Just as a reminder, New Jersey has the highest racial disproportionality of incarceration in the United States of America. Hudson County is one of the biggest seats in New Jersey. Jersey City is the biggest seat in the county. We contribute to mass incarceration in the state of New Jersey. The laws that revolved around marijuana did such, and now that we move forward, whatever was stated was not reflected. When we were approached, and I've been approached by various entities that wanted to open up, I thought it was funny that all of these nonprofits popped up out of nowhere, stating that they created social impact in Jersey City, when we know those of us on the ground that are doing the work have never heard their name. So when we had people approach, we decided that we would vet them the same way the council would vet anyone trying to get a license. So we decided to team up with the cannabis place, and that's what I'm here for today, to advocate and say that as an entity, we decided to team up with them because we have the ability to establish social impact, outcomes, data. We have all of it for the past 10 years, and I'm talking thousands of people that we've impacted. The goal is, because of the fact that the cannabis place was able to open a community impact room that would service the area of Curry's Woods, which you know is highly affected by violence, and a lot of our youth are lost in the area. We've been trying to advocate for physical spaces around Jersey City so that we may provide wraparound approach directly to the residents. People need to understand that the children of the residents of Jersey City are too afraid to move around their own city because of violence. If the government or any organization was to centralize service, they're going to be limited to who's going to attend there. So instead of us telling the people to come to us, we go to the people. But we need physical spaces in order to do that. And not every neighborhood, especially the hot spots of Jersey City, have physical spaces for us to take our youth and our community members in order to resolve the issues on the streets. Cannabis Place is offering that, so we're here in support.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, 5.77, Patrick Toussaint. Patrick. 5.78, Andrea Ducox. 5.79, Cameron Orr.
Hello, my name is Cameron Orr. I live in Ward C. I want to reiterate calls for Amy DeGeese to resign. It's a basic accountability issue. I also want to say Andrew Black was working when Amy DeGeese hit him. A lot of people want to say it was his fault for running a red light, but delivery people live on tips and are under pressure to deliver as soon as possible. If they don't get tips, and many earn sub-minimum wages as it is. We need to do a lot more to make food delivery work safer for good and safe jobs for food delivery workers, including supporting unions, holding app developers who operate here accountable to guaranteed living wages, and making our roads safer by improving and expanding public transit. In other words, a lot more buses, more bike lanes, and more building out train lines, which have been promised, which would go a long way toward reducing people's reliance on cars and reducing traffic and the pressure to increase parking spaces and making our streets safer. I also really hate the standard of as long as no one dies, no harm done. This is a really low bar. People can not die, but live with back pain for the rest of their lives. Sometimes impact injuries show up years later. Our standards, especially workplace standards, have to be better than not dying. On the subject of workplace standards, I would also like to support my union sisters and brothers from 32BJ with respect to the development plan. Any new construction approved by this council should hold developers to a higher labor standard that guarantees construction workers, cleaners, and other building workers right to unionize, the wages affording them good standard of living, health care, etc. Affordable housing is not affordable if it doesn't afford a good quality of life to those providing the housing. Integrated housing is not integrated if it separates those provided housing from the ability to live in the same area as those they serve. I also want to say I wish the council members here would stand with Councilmember Gilmore and the residents of Ward F in opposing the gerrymandered redistricting of that district, which is a classic case of packing and cracking. It's a racist policy with a long and ongoing history. Mayor Fulop was deeply wrong in his response to the court's ruling. Opposing a measure to cut a community in half is not causing rifts in our community. Racist gerrymandering is. I hope the council members here will fight to right the wrong. I also want to say with respect to the impounding and booting of snowmobiles, all-terrain and dirt bikes, I hope the city will take measures to ensure this doesn't increase young people's and people of color's encounter with this law enforcement. I also think it's a little more than ironic that we're making moves to limit the use of bicycles, scooters, skateboards, and roller skates in public spaces when one of our own council members ran over a cyclist with her car. Seems like a pretty glaring public safety blind spot to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
.80, Laura Tumick. 5.81, Josh Amowitz. Okay.
Evening, folks.
Good evening.
My name is Josh Heimowitz. I'm a resident of Jersey City. I would avoid being too repetitive from what has already been said tonight and last month, but I am here to respectfully call for the resignation of Amy DeGeese, as many others have. I also state the obvious in saying that at this point we have all seen the rather disturbing video of the hit and run. And sitting through the last month's council meeting and seeing everything that people have been saying, a few things said around this have bothered me a little bit. And it is with that in mind that I say that I refuse to be collectively gaslit. We will not be gaslit into thinking that the councilwoman simply did not realize that she hit someone. We will not be collectively gaslit into thinking that the red light the cyclist ran justifies the hit and run. We will not be gaslit into thinking that the harassment that the councilwoman has faced, while absolutely terrible and condemnable, makes her the victim rather than the person who was hit by a car and potentially left for dead, and that delegitimizes the movement for her resignation. And most of all, we will not be gaslit into thinking that the existence of ongoing legal proceedings justifies her continued refusal to resign. Now, once again, having sat through last month's meeting and seen everything that was said, I believe that at this point, it seems like rather a small chance that the councilwoman will resign of her own accord, which is why we must call on the remaining members of the council who have not already done so to publicly call for her resignation. More and more people are making the connection that at this point, refusal to call for Amy DeGise's resignation is complicity in her attempt to evade accountability for her actions. And I promise you, these people will vote accordingly when the time comes. That's why I call on the rest of the council members and the mayor to do what is not only the right thing, but what is ultimately in the best interest of your own reputations and publicly call on Amy DeGise to resign ASAP. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
5.82, Susan Byrne. 5.83, Scott Gorich. 5.84, Joel Brooks. 'I got you.
All right, speaking into the mic. Good evening.
Good evening.
Members of the City Council, thank you to the clerk's office. The live stream meeting is a huge improvement for the citizens of Jersey City. Also echo calls to make it hybrid meetings and caucus meetings going hybrid going forward. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the problems that are facing Jersey City working class people. Eviction protections have ended. Flooding persists on the west side. We need to, every year, parents need to fight to maintain fully funded public schools. But what's going on with Councilmember DeGise it's a sideshow. And it's embarrassing for Jersey City. I can tell, I want to address you directly, Councilmember DeGise, and ask you to resign. Jersey City is in the news and not in a good way. People outside of Jersey City are shocked to see, your behavior and that you have not resigned yet. I watched your remarks from last meeting. It seems like you're suffering. I know from the campaign trail last year, a lot of people in Jersey City hold you in very high esteem, and some of them came and spoke tonight. And you deserve your day in court, and you deserve a second chance after that. But the residents of Jersey City deserve representation with integrity. I see I'm coming up to a minute. So I want to address some of the members of the public watching. There's two teams in Jersey City, and one of them is led by the mayor. And I urge you to call the mayor and the council members to make your feelings heard. We need to put this in the rear view so we can tackle the real material problems facing working class Jersey City residents, like abusive landlords, like landlords that won't provide heat, and substandard housing all over Jersey City. I saw it. I saw it last year, and I'm sure many of you have seen it as well. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I yield 34 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, 5.85, Cynthia Hedeganis.
Good evening, council members. My name is Cynthia Hedeganis. I live in Jersey City in Ward D, and I'm actually here to talk about Ordinance 22-84. It was up for first reading earlier tonight, and I wanted to thank you all for postponing the second reading. I had emailed a few of you earlier today, and I did want to specifically address the affordable housing overlay that's being proposed as part of a package of zoning amendments. So that overlay would allow multifamilies in the R1 zone, and I'm sure you all know, just saying this for everyone's benefit, right now the R1 allows 1 or 2 family dwellings on each 25 by 100 conforming lot. The overlay would allow a developer to squeeze 7, 9, or maybe 10 units onto each conforming lot in exchange for between 10 and 15% of affordable housing so they're proposing dispensing with density restrictions in the R1. No variances would be required, no hearing before the zoning board if you want to build a multifamily in the R1, which is generally not a permitted use in the R1. So yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to get rid of your zoning regulations, dispense with the variance process set forth in the municipal land use law. And that's a democratic process where there's a hearing, people are allowed to weigh in. Is this the right place for a 10-unit building? So they just want to sort of shoehorn large multifamilies into regular residential blocks with 1 and 2 family homes. The overlay is supposed to be part of the master plan implementation. So I looked back at the master plan to try to figure out where is this recommended in the master plan, and actually it is not recommended in the master plan. It is the opposite of what's recommended in the master plan. On page 189 of the Jersey City Master Plan land use element, it says that the proposed regulatory changes in the R1 are to establish an overall residential density in the R1 district to accommodate 2 or 3 unit dwellings on a 25 by 100 foot lot with additional residential density to promote restoration of historically significant structures. So I'm kind of confused about where this came from. I'm glad we're going to have more time to try to analyze it and figure it out. And thank you.
Thank you.
Next, 5.86, Chris Perez.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I'm from Jersey City, Ward F, and I'm here to talk a little bit about the proposed ordinance 22084, which includes a number of changes to Jersey City's land use, including the affordable housing overlay. I emailed all of you yesterday, and I appreciate that you've made the decision to table this until I believe the second week of October. I do believe we may need a little more time than that because community engagement is key. And there was no community engagement around this proposed affordable housing overlay. And since it was proposed in a package of other land use changes, I believe that it got diluted in the mix. And this is a very significant piece of legislation. I'm in support of the overall intent of the affordable housing overlay, but I think we need to examine and get community feedback about the unintended consequences it can have in the 1 and 2 family R1 zone, since it will allow multi-family buildings, which are not allowed in that zone. There are a lot of potential unintended consequences relating to parking burden, density burden. There will be no density limit. So basically, an applicant will be allowed to fit as many units into a home in the R1 zone as can legally be fit by the building code. That means that we could potentially have 10 units in a building. What does that mean for the parking burden in the community? And we don't necessarily get on-site affordable housing unless you meet a certain threshold. If it's below a certain threshold, we just pay into a fund which builds housing when and where, we don't know. So an immediate community could wind up taking on the burden of the added density, the added parking burden, but not even result in a unit of affordable housing on that block. So these are some things that we need to be talking to our stakeholders in the R1 zone. Like I said, there was no community engagement. I do know that the planning office is intending on having meetings about potential other changes to the R1 zone, and I'm a little confused as to why we didn't delay this proposed ordinance until they had an opportunity to engage with the community to talk about the affordable housing overlay. It doesn't seem that this component, the affordable housing overlay, was going to be included in those meetings that are going to be happening September and October. There are other items that are being proposed in the R1 zone that are going to be talked about, but this one isn't. The overlay covers citywide, but I'm particularly concerned about how it affects the R1. I'm hoping that city planning and maybe even our council representatives will facilitate meetings to educate the R1 stakeholders about the ramifications.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
5.87, Raphael Torres.
Council. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you on this delicate subject of honesty and integrity, coming from me, a Jersey City resident and a retired public safety officer. I'm going to ask you, the elected municipal leader, to take heed and not support Councilperson Amy DeGise, who should resign after leaving the scene of a crime. I'm also not going to stand here and lecture all of you on how important our future is or how we broke free from our county-controlled past. But the writing is on the wall when Amy DeGise won control of the Democratic committee members after county workers all rallied to get her elected. Since then, there are no Democratic accomplishments, just controversy and restricting of our wards. And now she's a council person. So to highlight this importance of honest integrity and the future, I would like to read an excerpt from a letter from a federal leaders, a White House proclamation on Public Service Recognition Week, which is in April of every year. A recognition Mr. DeGise will not receive. The letter. America's dedicated public service are the lifeblood of our democracy. Every day, millions of public workers at all levels of government do extraordinary things to make our lives better and our country stronger. During Public Service Recognition Week, we honor the dedicated federal, state, tribal, and local public servants who embody the spirit of service and endless possibilities that define America. Public servants make crucial contributions in every community in America. They educate our children, keep our communities safe, defend our country, deliver our mail, maintain our roads and bridges, develop cures for diseases, improve sustainability, and care for our veterans, among countless other essential services that keep our country safe and propel us forward. Public servants reflect the full diversity of this nation and deliver the promise of a government by and for the people. So thank you. Please, Amy, let's do the right thing and let us move on.
Thank you.
Next, 5.88, Orrin Olson. 5.89, Corin Frankfurt.
Good evening. Feel like I'm having a reunion with people that I used to work with a long time ago, and the only one I really don't know is Frank. But to catch you up, I got into politics and public service as a survivor of sexual assault in Hudson County. I went through the Hudson County Sexual Assistance Victims Unit. I clawed my way into politics in New York and then eventually into Hudson County and was the acting director of cultural affairs in Hudson County until I wrote an article and left about sexual assault in New Jersey. Since then, I have lived here. A lot of people thought that I left, but I've maintained a residence in Jersey City Heights, and I speak to you all today in the capacity solely as a resident of Jersey City. Now that we're all caught up, I just think it's important not to necessarily reiterate all the things that people are saying tonight, that we place ourselves in the context of history and where we are right now as a country. We have a constitutional crisis, and we need to acknowledge the fact that there are divisions for checks and balances between judiciary and legislative branches. And judiciary processes are completely and entirely separate to electoral processes. And any seat that is earned in the court of public opinion based off of the voter solely. And if you can't speak to your voters, you have rendered yourself incapable of doing the job of being an elected official. And I think that that needs to be addressed internally. I think that Hudson County, and once upon a time, I tried to be the conscience of the county. It didn't work out so well for me. But I think it is really important to know that the job is to have an open door policy as a representative. And if there's anything that is restricting access between you and a constituent in good conscience, you need to evaluate that, and you need to determine whether you're capable of serving to the capacity that the constituents deserve. And I know a lot of the people that spoke today. I know Bobby Knapp, he's a friend, and it's important to note that it's harder to call friends to task, and I consider everyone friends here that I've worked with in the past, but we need to do better. That said, I yield my time.
Thank you.
$5.90, Hugh Giordano. Thanks, Peter.
Hugh Giordano, Blackwood, New Jersey. Council President, Council. I am here today as a representative again of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, UFCW. UFCW is a national labor union of 1.4 million members, and we are the official cannabis labor union under the guise of the AFL-CIO that represents cannabis workers. I am here to support Resolution 1029 and 1030 for the Cannabis Place 420 Corp. And Oceanfront Holdings. Both employers have signed an LPA, a labor peace agreement with the UFCW, which means good jobs, fair wages, training, and safe and healthy work environments. I want to take it one step further to also say that the Cannabis Place 420 has gone above and beyond. They have also signed a project labor agreement with the building trades, which means that their facility will be built union. From shovel to sale, the cannabis place will be a union job. On top of that, they have also said that they would like to see their job site an equity job site with women with hard hats and tool belts around their waist. That's equity, that's justice, that's why these labor laws were put into the law. You know, a lot of folks would wonder, why do I show up at these meetings all the time just to say that they have the support of the UFCW? Today, NBC News, National News released an article about human trafficking and almost borderline slavery within cannabis facilities. Immigrants and people that are undocumented citizens are working in, and this is in America, in California, in Washington State, in Oregon. The reason I stand here is to protect those workers, to make sure that those types of practices do not come into this state. Because as we know, a lot of facilities buy 100,000 square foot facilities. They're building them in areas that are impact zones, mostly immigrants, mostly people of color. They're taking people from the fields and they're putting them inside. That's a problem. That's why these workers have to be protected. That's why when you see employers come through that sign project labor agreements, that sign labor peace agreements, they must be put at the front of the line. This is about creating good jobs, but it's also about protecting the folks that sometimes can't speak for themselves. And that's what a union does. So on behalf of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, on behalf of the building trades and the AFL-CIO, we ask that you please support both these employers and please make sure that we have the best employers in Jersey City. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, 5.91, Ray Balon. Ilon.
Filipino, I'll give you a break. All right, good evening, council. My name is Ray Bailon. I'm a lifelong resident of Jersey City, and tonight I will be representing again Hummus JC. Before I begin, I would like to say thank you for making the meeting virtually available, but without having a public comment virtually, it's still inaccessible to the majority of the people who this would be aiding. So please do make that an option for the next meeting. I would like to start by reading you a quote from a book I'm currently reading. It states the following: "If they did not mean to hurt me, it should not bother me as a traumatic myth in response. The truth is, intention does not negate impact." I read that again. Intention does not negate impact. I may not have intended to hit you with my car, but good intentions do not unbreak your legs. Britt Frank. Unsurprisingly, I just come across that randomly today, but I thought it would stood out considering what I have to speak about today. We are all human and we all make mistakes. That's life. But regardless of your intention, whether you acknowledge it or not, your actions have impact on this community. Sadly, the impact that Amy DeGise has caused these past weeks is that of the latter. This is a beautiful chamber, and I remember the first time I walked through these doors. It was about 15 years ago. I was 10 years old, and actually President Waterman, Councilman Sotolano actually sat me down right in your seat, and it was our 4th grade field trip, and it was probably one of my favorite field trips. And at the age of 10 years old, I learned what it takes to be a responsible council person and what the actual meaning of public service is. Something it seems like some people on this council do not understand. I want to reiterate that we have elected you people into this office to represent our best interests, not that of your own. Today, this council chamber reeks of historical corruption that has taken place within these 4 walls for far too long. The administration and the machine behind it had every intention of covering up this hit and run, along with every criminal investigation that you have avoided for the past years. Families need affordable housing. I don't understand why you're rolling your eyes at me when I'm talking to you, but I'm just saying that affordable housing is not available to this community, and for you to be taking that away from a family that needed it is sickening. Not only that, but also you hitting somebody with your car is also sickening. And you're still nodding your head, but I really don't understand how you ask us to come up here and be respectful when people on this board are not respectful, but I'm going to continue with the rest of my statement. Hummus JC is actively calling for the resignation of Council at Large member Amy DeGise. As an educator, I'm also calling you to stop being an educator, as you do not represent what we should be teaching to our children. I leave you with this question to reflect upon, as I'm sure that we can all agree on the answer based on race and history. If the council person was a POC, would she still be here today? Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Next, 5.92, Etan Stern Weber. Hope I got that right.
Close enough.
Thank you.
My name is Eitan Stern Weber. I'm a resident of Jersey City. A council member committed a crime. To be clear, I completely understand the fact that if we are going to be a government of the people, for the people, and by the people, we all need to recognize the fact that you all are just people, and we all make mistakes, big and small. But at a young age, we're taught that when you make mistakes, you accept the consequences, you take responsibility, and you apologize. You don't run. But aside from the legal implications, we're supposed to be neighbors. We're supposed to help each other out. We're a community, so please ask yourself, if that's who we are, if that's what we do, then can we really say the same for someone who could do this to one of our own? Are they truly a member of this community? And this is not the only ethical infraction for which she's taken no responsibility. The council member makes double what I do and is living in housing meant for those who may be living paycheck to paycheck or even struggling to buy groceries. Every day, she's further disenfranchised people she says she loves and wants to help. Elected officials are supposed to represent us and whom we want to be as a city. And I know I speak for a lot of people when I say committing crimes and taking housing from people who need it does not represent us. I've worked for years to try to reform policy and procedures in Hudson County. Freeholders push through bills by adding them to an agenda the morning of a 1 p.m. meeting on a workday so that the public won't be able to come speak. They don't even need to publicize the agenda, though every other county in the state requires it. We're the only New Jersey county where not all elected committee Democrats get to vote on who gets the party's nominations. The senior members of the party get to handpick who gets endorsements, so things will never change because the party seniors won't let it. We have the least say in our government in all of New Jersey, and this council member still being here proves that. That's why so many politicians feel privileged enough to not resign after doing something truly wrong, because they know the system will protect them. Many times the council member and other senior Democrats have promised that the will of the people would always be represented under the current system. Well, 5 years later, none of the changes we've been fighting for have happened, and a lot of people who have had their common sense proposals completely ignored or outright contradicted. I mean, I'm still waiting for over 5 years now to get a call back from the county executive's office. So when this council member says, "For those who call for my resignation, you are heard and I understand that you have concerns and questions that I respect," please know that that has come to mean nothing to us. This council member has fought this concept of there being elite rule, but if a member of the party elite can hit a person, run away, take public resources from people who need it, call herself a victim, and still not resign, then there's no more pretending. The people are not being listened to. We deserve better. A lack of resignation means diluting of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, 5.93, June Jones.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I come to speak on a few things. One, I want to make my opinion known about the first reading ordinance 22-084 brought to our attention the changes that are being proposed for not just our neighborhood, but the entire city. I'm glad Chris Perez has brought it to the community's attention, and all of the things that Cynthia Hygienis has spoke about, we are in agreement with, and I'm happy to know that you've delayed bringing the second reading ordinance on. But I want to reiterate the plea of Chris Perez to engage the community. And I don't know if your delay that you're proposing is going to be long enough to review and make sure that the changes that are being proposed would not be adverse to your constituencies. That proposal, as I looked at it, was 296 pages long. And I wonder how many of you have actually read it and understood what is being proposed. I am also concerned about what the planning board brings to this council and who brought this about to make the changes and the proposed changes without engaging the community, and what the changes mean and how they translate and how they will impact the community. Because some of these changes will be long lasting, and I don't think it's fair. So when we entertain the planning board, I think we ought to entertain them a little more thoroughly when they say things are consistent with the master plan. You know, we're in a situation right now in the Morris Canal area where there's a difference of opinion. Another issue with the Morris Canal redevelopment plan, as you all know, I've worked in my community, worked hard for over 30 years, dedicating my services to making a better community. And it's finally on the rise. However, we should be careful what we ask for. We wanted a developed neighborhood, and right now, most of us think it's overdeveloped. Some of the things that are being proposed. Last night, we had a community meeting, and as I came home from the community meeting, I noticed that a new liquor store opened up on the corner of Pine and Maple Street. Well, some of you may have been around a few years ago when the Morris Canal redevelopment plan absolutely says that it is forbidden. So my question to you is, how did that happen? The lady who owns the liquor store told me she came to zoning and they permitted her with a permit. Well, the Morris Canal has an ordinance that says, and a section of it, that whenever these ordinances or amendments or
Thank you, June.
variances, that we should be notified.
Thank you, June.
And that didn't happen.
Thank you, June.
And not on your printed agenda, the last speaker, 5.94, Antoinette Chess. I believe she left. That concludes our public speaking portion of the meeting. Okay, on to our petitions and communications. Any questions or comments on items 6.1 through 6.35? Hearing none. Any questions or comments on officer communications 7.1 through 7.10? Any questions or comments on report of directors 8.1 through 8.2? If we can just leave quietly, we still have business to conduct. I appreciate it. Next is our claims and addendum number 1. So council members, I'm going to be taking a vote on claims and addendum number 1. Councilperson Prinzeri.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore. Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Claims and addendum number 1 are approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. On to our resolutions. Before I take a vote, I believe our business administrator has a couple of announcements.
Just to lighten the load a little bit tonight, Council, I do have some items administration wants to withdraw. First being the Affordable Housing Trust Fund CDBG items. So that would be 10.7, 10.10, 10.12, and 10.13. We're just going to be extra diligent to make sure that we're in compliance with all the regulations. And I have notified the recipients as well.
It's pulled.
So yeah, we're going to pull it.
Say it one more time, what you pulled.
So it's
sorry,
10.7?
Sorry, 10.7, 10.10, 10.12, and 10.13. As I stated, that we're just making sure we're in compliance with some regulatory comments, and I did notify the recipients that will carry it into a later meeting. With that, 2 more items, 10.19, which is the in connection with the Arrow Farms. There were some questions about verbiage there and language, so we're going to table it and then have a have a representative come to the next caucus meeting. And as we mentioned at the caucus meeting, 1026 is the item with the MUA, which the MUA wishes to postpone until they have representation at the next meeting. So in all, Sean, it's 6 items: 10.7, 10.10, 10.12, 10.13, 10.19, and 10.26.
Very good. Okay, council members. With that being said, I'm going to be taking a vote on items 10.1 through 10.12 with the exception of 10.4 that was approved earlier, 10.7, 10, and 12, which have been withdrawn. Councilperson Prinzeri.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Baggiano.
No on 10.5 and no on 10.6. This land belongs to the city, and I think they've overstepped their bounds, and there's a lawsuit going on. They also were working without permits down there, and, I think it's out of control. City, this land down does not belong to Ward E, it belongs to all the people of Jersey City. I vote no on those 2.
You're voting no on 10.5 and 10.6, and how on the rest?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Saleh.
I'm going to vote aye for all. Last year, I did vote against the Exchange Place Alliance budget and the assessment role. However, this year I did sit and speak with the director. I went and made a site visit, you know, and I was given certain commitments that some of the safety concerns that I addressed would be respected, and I'm going to take them for their word. That being said, I don't agree that although the construction down there is needed, you know, it should have come before the council, and I don't understand why it didn't come before the council, but you know, Central Avenue SID had to come before the council when they wanted to improve the streetscape. Same thing with historic downtown. So I think, you know, moving forward, it should come before the council anytime there's any renovation. That being said, I do want to acknowledge the good work that the Exchange Place Alliance director does down there, from the events to the cleaning. The renovation is needed, you know, so I don't want to get in the way of the progress. And I know a lot of what I'm going to say, you know, I'm trying to hit on all the points, you know, that there are allegations that there are board members that aren't from the that aren't part of the SID. I think the council should investigate that, but we shouldn't take away from the good work that you guys are doing. However, anytime that there's taxes being dispersed, you know, the people that are dispersing it and voting on it, they all should be from the area, and they should all be business owners. So I think it's worthy to look into that. That being said, you know, I do vote aye for all, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilperson Solomon.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Gonna vote aye for all. I would really hate to think that work down there is being done without the proper permits, even after people have voiced their concerns. So I'm of the opinion that the work that's being done down there is allowed to be done. So I vote aye for all.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye on all.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
And I have to abstain from 10.5 and 10.6, and aye on all the rest.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I can just recap. Items 10.1 through 10.4 are approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. Item 10.5 is approved. Second. 6-1-1 with Councilperson Bajiano voting no and Council President Waterman abstaining. Item 10.6 is approved 6-1-1. Councilperson Bajiano saying no and Council President Waterman abstaining. And both Councilperson Ridley absent. On to our next set of resolutions, items 10.13 through 10.24, with the exception of 13 and 19, which have been withdrawn by the administration. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Bajiano.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
10.23, and aye on all the rest.
I didn't hear what you're abstaining on.
10.23,
23, okay. And aye on all the rest.
correct.
Okay. I can just recap that. 10.13 was withdrawn. 10.14 through 10.18 are approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. 10.19 has been withdrawn. 10.20 through 22 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. 10.23 is approved 7-0-1 with Council President Waterman abstaining and Councilperson Ridley absent. And item 10.24 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. For the balance of our resolutions, items 10.25 through 10.32, with the exception of 10.26, which has been withdrawn, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Bajano.
Abstain on 29 and 30.
You're abstaining on 29 and 30? And aye on the rest, correct? Okay, Councilperson Saleh.
I vote aye for all, and, I appreciate the cannabis place and some of the individuals that came and spoke today. It is veteran-owned, and I believe he's disabled as well, and, there was a Muslim gentleman that spoke as well. I know it's a very big taboo in our community to discuss this kind of stuff, and, there are a lot of Muslims that did get wrapped up in the war on drugs that we don't talk about it because it's, like a shame on the family, but, I appreciate your courage for coming out here. I appreciate the union that came and spoke as well, and I proudly vote aye on all. Thank you.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
On 10.30, hoorah to the Marines, to the veterans out there that started this place up. You guys are amazing. Big shout out to the disabled American vets that are involved in this organization. Much kudos to you guys. I vote aye on all.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Okay, if I can just recap. Item 10.25 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. Item 10.26 was withdrawn. Items 10.27 and 10.28 are approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent. Items 10.29 and 30 are approved 7-0-1 with Councilperson Bajano abstaining on both and Councilperson Ridley absent. And items 10.31 through 10.32 are approved 8-0 with Councilperson Ridley absent.
Motion.
I have a motion to adjourn at 11:22 p.m. by Councilperson Rivera. I believe there was a second by Councilperson Prinzary.
No.
Who was it?
It was the council president.
Council President Waterman. Okay, I'll give it to him. I'm sorry about that. On the motion to adjourn at 11:22 p.m., Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Gilmore. Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera. And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 to adjourn at 11:22 p.m. with Councilperson Ridley absent. Thank you so much, everyone. And remember, teamwork makes the dream work. Have a great night.
Oh, God.
Hey, Jonathan. I'm good. How are you? I'm freezing.